Kidding. Welcome everyone. Little Ginger Birdie, Lady Isabel Veleth, Chelsea Dearly, Munran. Good to see you all. As I was saying, you just finished watching Jack's playthrough of the game, so you're excited to see my perspective. I know almost nothing. I have not seen anything about the game after the trailer, so we are going in almost completely fresh, almost completely blind. But I am excited. I do have some fun twists, though, that I think probably no one else who's played this game, or at least played this game live on the internet, has access to or has tried. Um, Namely, I have a book of Norwegian folktales. Specifically, I have the very famous collection by Asbjørnsen and Moe, which is the most famous collection of Scandinavian folktales. So, I think it'll be a great time. Oh, also, let me limit the frame rate here so that stream doesn't lag like hell. Let's limit it to 85. That should be fine. Hey, no, look at that, I'm no longer lagging. Who could have predicted that the frame rate being infinity would cause a problem? No. Anyway, I'm excited. I completely missed that this game came out at all. It was on my list of games to play, and then I completely missed it. So we're picking it up a bit late, but I am super duper excited. It promises Scandinavian folklore, trolls, some like cozy vibe horror? Question mark. Is that a sentence that makes any sense? And all three of those things are things I'm going to be very excited for. Now, as we hop into the game, of course, there are a couple of announcements. Firstly, if you are just tuning in for the first time, hello, welcome. Do make sure you say hi, because it's always more fun when you're hanging out in chat, even if you have to lurk for the most part, like Blues is. But if you have not yet, also consider hitting that follow button. We do a wide variety of games here on Ludo History that are all historical or historical adjacent. So coming up later this weekend, we're going to be trying out Survival Fountain of Youth, which has you play as a Spanish conquistador who got shipwrecked as part of Ponce de Leon's exhibition. And so I'm going to be having our own community member Sacerdos on to talk about their research, and which specializes in that period in Spanish archives, and talk about how absolutely foolish that whole expedition was, and how the game is having some issues in translating it into game mechanics. So I hope you'll be excited for that. It's going to be interesting. Another game that I know very little about but think is going to be a time. But yeah, right, we got a wide variety of cool stuff coming up. If you really like this, also consider supporting the channel by subscribing. If you have a Twitch Prime sub, you can subscribe for free. Otherwise, for just $5 a month, you're able to help keep the lights on, keep everything going. If you don't want to sub on Twitch, you can also head over to patreon.com/LudoHistory or click on that link in chat in order to support the channel for as little as $2 a month. But without further ado, I think let's get in. JCDC, hello. Just on time as we hop into Bramble, the Mountain King. Also, we can get rid of Spotify now, I think. We do not need more Edvard Grieg. I mean, I had to hit you with the Edvard Grieg at the start, right? Because as we look at this, I'm immediately struck by, a small handful of references, namely probably 3, right? There's probably 3 immediately stacked references that we should be paying attention to. Reference number 1 is, of course, the name. That's really what keys us into thinking that we are operating in a German and Norwegian folktale context if you knew nothing about this game. The Mountain King, the most famous mention of it is in Edvard Grieg's In the Hall of the Mountain King. Edvard Grieg was a Norwegian composer. He's drawing loosely on Norwegian folktales in that piece, which we played in the starting soon screen. So we're keyed in already that we should be thinking probably Norwegian Scandinavian, probably like early mid 19th century. That song goes so hard, even when it's played by sixth graders and or edited very badly on YouTube. Uh, Thing number two that stands out to me is that right, all the focus on brambles makes me think Sleeping Beauty and grim fairy tales. So a collection of continental fairy tales that focus on kind of overgrowth and brambles as part of the signifier of the supernatural. So I'm definitely still thinking in Grimm Brother fairy tales, and probably their Disneyfication, and then this as part of the backlash and like the de-Disneyfication of what are sometimes very dark folktales. Apparently, Greek hated In the Hall of the Mountain King. Well, sadly, it's the only piece he's remembered for consistently in popular culture, so F's in the chat for him. Final reference that I think I'm looking at when I look at this is in the background when we got a couple of people kind of vibing out, looking cute. It's actually over the garden wall. Hello, KJ. You tuned in right as we're saying S in the chat for Edvard Grieg, being remembered for a piece he didn't like. Right? Because, this is a game that came out in 2023, which means that we're not just looking at historical references, we're looking at other media references. And in the same sort of like dark fairy tale with maybe cozy vibes, Over the Garden Wall is a fantastic show for that, and really, I think, serves as like a good visual and mental comparison for what like types of stories might be showing up in here. So that just cute. It has a very specific vibe. It does, and yet, like looking at this, I'm not. It's a very similar vibe to what we're immediately seeing in here, especially with this very gentle forest sound music. Anyway, though, that's all just to get you on the same page as me. Oh yes, if there are content warnings for the game, please do put them in. I saw like generic content warning about there may be some stuff that is distressing, but if you have more specific content warnings, please put them in chat so that everyone involved can make informed decisions about when they do and do not watch, because yeah, consume media ethically, have robust content warning systems. Like, please be gentle to each other and to yourselves with this. So yes, Josie, if you have those, 100% I would love to hear them. Anyway, let's hop into the game. Ooh.
A nightmare woke him up. Frightened by his mother's bedtime story, he searched for his sister's comfort. But she was nowhere to be found.
Alright. Content warnings, violence, child violence, and child death, depictions of suicide, gore, and blood. So, chat, be warned. Also me be warned, because, I am not a huge fan of horror as a genre. So, duly noted and aware. So, we'll try and keep an eye out for those, and as much as possible, fly when they're coming up, so that we can all practice appropriate care for each other. I am also, broadly speaking, way too jumpy for horror games, but that's okay. Why are you walking around barefoot? That feels like splinters. That feels like a lot of splinters. Ooh, alright. So we've got good investigation-y stuff. Let me grab the... Oh. Oh. They actually fall out. Oh, and we are in Sweden, not Norway. Okay. Svenska tandstycke. Duly noted. We are in Sweden. The game doesn't have jump scares. Well, that's very handy. I love when games don't have jump scares. That makes that so much nicer. Oh. You have this in the wall of your children's bedroom. I wonder if that's actually a real... Now I'm curious. Is that a real... or a historical... Matchbox design. Uh-huh. Potentially. The answer is a definitely maybe. Looks like there's a lot because it just is like Swedish matches, basically. A very brief look, which I know you can't see because I didn't set it up correctly to be able for you to see it. Very brief look says that's in the same vein as a lot of Swedish designs. From looks like probably the like early 20th century. Yeah, 1917. Like a lot of like 1910s, 1920s designs are very similar to it, but I'm not seeing that exact one on a very cursory examination. Wasn't folklore used to scare children in order to protect them? Yeah. Sometimes, probably, maybe, sort of. But I honestly think that that tends to be overstated. Right, but there is a lot of, don't do XYZ thing or else. But there's also a lot of folktales that are told just because they're adventurous. Right? Everyone loves a good adventure, and sometimes venturesome tales are good. And sometimes they're told primarily to tell you what are positive examples, right? Don't be a bad person, because if you are a good, hardworking child who obeys your parents' orders and is kind to guests and all that stuff, you'll get rewarded by getting lots of gold. And if you are not that, you'll instead have tar fall out of your mouth every time you speak. And then there's a lot with like animal companions, right? With the motive of like the youngest brother being able to accomplish things that the other ones aren't, and those really don't seem to have like scary roles of like warning roles, because like why the older brothers just got to be jerks like that. So there's a lot of instructional stuff, but instructional stuff isn't necessarily just fear, right? Okay. Wow, there's so many historical references just kind of hanging out in and around here. That being said, this game seems to be fully in... Here in the Azores, there's a folktale about devils that arise from the sea and climb the mountain. You're told it's ill-advised to be near the coast, which is, incidentally, one of a particularly treacherous time of year. Well, that's fair. There's also some, right, the Isle of Man has some folktales relating to smugglers. They just kind of either tell you where smugglers' hideouts are, or warn you just, like, don't mess with smugglers. Let the smugglers go do smuggler things. They won't hurt you if you don't bug them, but if you do bug them, they'll be forced to kill you. That's kind of a problem. Same vein, ish, is, like, tales of, like, the whitecaps, or redcaps, and will-o'-the-wisps, being things that will try and lead people away because marsh gases. So, that definitely exists. It's just not always all that's going on. Anyway, The Troll Who Took Children. The Dark Frightening Forest. In memory of... Maya, I think? I think Maya. The girl who... The girl who somethinged off and disappeared. Or who snuck out? Sneaked out? Sneaked out. The girl who sneaked out and disappeared. So, you know, this is very much the books that are designed to inspire fear. And also old books. Like, stylistically, these are like 18th century. This is older than the period of the rest of us, because, you know, we got our little tin army man. Right, generally speaking, I think we're looking at like 18 or like late 19th, early 20th century here. But those gorgeous book bindings, to me, feel a little bit earlier than that period. Like 18, well, really anywhere from 16th into early 19th century. But not, they definitely feel like they're ancestral books, right? Because that heavy... you can see the ridging on these books. What that is big, thick cords that stitch the different quires together. The different gatherings of pages together. And then those are kind of pressed over with leather in the spine here. And that's a style that stops being super popular in the 19th century as you replace those with flat strips that are significantly less prominent. Oh. Hola, and Limbo. Uh-huh. Well, thank you for specifying that we are 8 and 11. I'm sure this is only not... This is gonna go badly, I'm sure. Oh, is there something else I can do here, or is it just... Is it just spill all the matches on the floor? Spill all the matches on the floor. Yeah! Wait, keep going. Keep going. Go away. Ruin the matches. Yeah! There we go. Nailed it. Oh, the matches all disappeared. Oh, it actually remembers. Okay. And what's in this book?
There once was a girl who snuck out of her bedroom window at night, even though her mother had told her not to. She went into the forest, and at first it welcomed her with warmth and a promise of adventures.
Ooh.
But soon, the forest seemed to grow colder and darker. The girl was afraid, and she wanted to go home. But Bramble crawled around her arms and legs, and she could not get away. And the girl was never seen again.
Well, that's somewhat horrifying art. Thank you. Let's go back to this one.
She went into
that looks
the
much
forest,
nicer.
And at first there once was a girl who...
So,
That is what happens when you do not listen to your mother. Especially you, Lilimur, their mother had said before kissing them goodnight.
this book is fascinating. Like, wait, this book is genuinely super, super weird. So, firstly, this is not the format. This is a modern book. This is not a Nothing about this really fits even the style of like weird oblong books from the period. But the thing that stands out to me most are these.
Once was a girl who snuck out of
these
her
pages.
bedroom window at night, even though her mother had told her not to.
While there are plenty of illustrated children's books, there's some fabulous collections of old children's books. Harvard has one, the University of Chicago has another one. Oh, who's the other place? I know of one other university that has a fabulous collection of children's literature from the 19th and 20th century. And this sort of double page full color spread, nah. This is an artist's book. This is 100%, let's let the concept artist just go to town, and representing that in the book via, or in the game via an artist's book. I love it. It's super weird, but I love it. Now if we're going to wander out into the forest, can I take this sword? That looks like it would be a nightmare to fabricate without art and printers. True. Also a nightmare to print without an industrial... Right? Depending on what the exact period this is, like the modern industrial press may not exist. Modern silkscreen printing may not be popular or even exist yet. Heck, even lithographs may not even be that strong. For anyone who doesn't know what those are, lithographs are when you put an image on a piece of stone and you're using that to press it in into the page. A silkscreen is when you're actually layering the pigment on top of a very fine mesh of silk, and then you're able to transfer from there onto the paper. For the most part, 19th century stuff is still working in woodblock. Or, well, sometimes wood engraving. Sometimes metal engraving. But often still woodblock, especially for more traditional style things. So, with that sort of rich color thing, that's painted, right? In the 19th century, that's super painted. And hello, Dildrum. Oh, why did I... Okay. Out the window. Let's go. Let's go. Let's sneak out. What could go badly?
The darkness outside scared him.
Yeah, alright, look at how much this kid is wearing folk.
But not being with his sister scared him even more.
But, like, stereotypically, delightfully folk imagery. Also, I think still says early 20th century to me. I keep feeling, just getting the vibe that this is like 1910s. But we'll see if they ever confirm that or not. They might not.
The forest was a familiar place during the day.
Wait, look at, he's got flowers embroidered on the back of his waistcoat.
It was a different story.
He's got flowers embroidered on the back of his vest, and I love it.
There was no trace of Lilimur, and Ulle wished he could ask the pine cones if they had seen her.
Aw. What a strong vibe.
But if the pine cones knew about her fate, they kept it to themselves.
Wow. I love this forest. What? Come on, I'm sure the pinecones are totally friendly. Ignore the violins. The violin tremolo means nothing bad is going to happen, I promise. Okay. So is it a little guy? Can I have him? Look at that little guy. That's a lot of little guys. That's the king of the little guys. Maybe I don't want the little guys anymore. I'll be honest. Yeah, that's fair. God. Luckily, deer aren't too scary. The one I'd be actually scared about running into is wild boar. Like, I mean, yeah, you could run into potentially but unlikely wolf or bear or lynx, but like wild boar is the one I'd actually be scared of. Cause yeah, they're freaking terrifying. I've seen the traces they leave, right? How they just kind of tear up the ground and everything else around them, in Czechia, but I've luckily not seen one in person, and I kind of want to keep it that way. I want to see lots of animals in person. I don't want to see wild boar in person. And an apple tree. Sure, this is not suspicious at all. Well, two mostly eaten apples. Or, well, one mostly eaten apple and two apples that have had crimes against apples done to them. Exactly. Right, the largest lynx eat is a rabbit, so they're just a very spicy kitty. A very spicy kitty I can deal with. Ooh, you once had a family of boars cross in front of you, just like 100 meters away? You thought there was a car tearing through the forest. Yeah, actually, a lot of these apples have crimes against apples done to them. Well, maybe not. There's one, there's two. Maybe there's just the two. Okay. I've had a bear cross in front of my car about 100 meters ahead of me before. Black bear. In Tennessee. Oh good, more matches. And that. Yep, nope, definitely not uncomfortable. I'm sure this is all fine. God. On an academic level, I love children's collections, because, you know, they're super culturally valuable and important and, like, difficult to preserve. As a person, I loathe the creepy dolls. Oh, black bears are fine. They're scaredy cats with big fuzzy butts and derpy ears. Grizzlies. Now, admittedly, black bears are scary when you have very little protection between you and them, because they're big and they don't necessarily know how big they are. And if you're competing with the black bear for blueberries, you lose. That's also nearly happened to me in Canada. Grizzlies are a problem. Namely, they know exactly how big they are, and they don't give a shit about you. Anyway, children's collections because of the materials and strong use of toys? Exactly. Right? They're super cool because you, generally speaking, toys, right, since they're things that are meant to be used, get really heavily used and may or may not survive as a result. The more you use something, the less likely it is to break, get lost, get damaged, anything like that. So that's a big deal. They're also often handmade, especially in pre-modernity, really up until quite recently. Right, toys tend to be handmade, which provide really important, like, sites of gendered labor and suggestions of folk culture, traditional textile depictions, all that stuff. Because they're handmade, they're also creepy as hell. Ooh, a key. Give me the key. Now, I'd also suggest give me the axe. But do you? Your old toys couldn't last 1 year. How do you expect them to survive for hundreds of them? Exactly. And yet, same with books, right? Children are not careful with books. And so children's books, it's often a complete crapshoot if they survive in any decent condition. So, like, they're super valuable. Grandpa made you a toy ox cart when you were smaller? Well, that's adorable. I love that. Oh boy, who's ready to watch me fail at platforming? What do you think, chat? The oxen were made out of dried corn cobs. Well, that's fabulous. Yeah, let's go. Oh, wait. If you spin fast enough, does he have a different animation for spin? Yeah, he does. Oh, that's smart. I like that. If you're zooming fast enough, looks like he has a different animation that sometimes shows up where he, like, pops up and just, like, pirouettes. And that's very cute and a nice bit of polish. Well, hello. I'm still seeing lag. Does that fix the lag? It mostly fixes the lag. Okay. You shouldn't notice any change on your end because we're projecting at 30 frames per second. This is just how much of my GPU is getting used at any given time. Oh, and now we're in an old sewer question mark with no matches because I poured them over the floor. Because I'm really smart. Oh dear. Who are you?
A light in the dark.
Uh-huh.
A symbol of hope.
Well, a symbol of something.
A spark of courage.
Definitely a sign of some sort of adventure. Cause if you're finding random jewels, random lights, or random other things, you're gonna have a problem. Sometimes the problem turns out happily. As in one story from Asbjornsen and Mo, which, by the way, chat, the reason why you're not going to be able to see if I look up things today is because I have Asbjornsen and Mo right there. Right there waiting for you. The Toiler's neighbors. Uh-huh. So, right, in the story of the Toiler's neighbors, which troll a tomter or some other option there, they, due to obeying hospitality rules and being good neighbors, the child, Inger, saw that all the small stones the Toiler had thrown into her apron shone and sparkled and were precious stones. And it was the trolls who imparted the color of their eyes to their stones that Inger might remember them when they were gone. Right? So, shiny random jewels in things almost certainly mean supernatural somebodies. But who the supernatural somebodies are sometimes might cause problems. Not for Inger, but probably for Ulla. Whee. Okay, now we're going through a definitely not creepy tunnel. Well, that's excellent. I love it. Who are you? Are you the queen of the pine cones? No. Okay, you're Limbo. So yes, you are the queen.
What do you have there? Limbo asked. It glimmers beautifully. What a strange rock. Light as a feather. She investigated closely. Let us play, little brother, Limbo babbled. See if you can knock down this pine cone.
Don't attack the pine cones. How accurate do I have to be? Not very, luckily. Thank goodness. That was gonna be very bad if I had to be actually accurate. Wow, I'm so good at this. Oh. Overshot by a smidge. No, 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 no. Aww. Oops. The song she was singing, I think, is like a folk, like Swedish herding song. I'm not super confident on that, but that style sounds familiar.
Together, they tumbled down deeper and deeper through the old ruin.
Whee. I'm sure this is fine. I'm sure the giant mushrooms aren't anything to be worried about. Yep. Nope. Definitely not.
Follow me, little brother. I will protect you, Limbo said. She was never scared like him. Ulle wished he could be a little more like his sister.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of fear.
Limbo loved adventures, and Ulle loved Limbo.
Maybe a little bit more fear. Maybe a smidge, just a smidge more fear. I mean, giant mushrooms, that's exciting. The fact that the giant mushrooms look like there might be fly Ygric, yeah, maybe less exciting, but you know, that's fine. This is fine. God, by the way, one technical thing that I'm just noticing that they're doing that I just adore. The way that they're using like focal depth. like really smartly. Sometimes, right, there's in focus quite a long ways back, and then a lot of times, right, the focal depth is pulled really close, and really narrow, so that way you're not able to see much of anything. All right, Lilimore, that you're committing crimes against. It's a tomtar. No, don't chase the tomtar. I mean, Flagrick isn't contact poison. Well, that's true. That's fair. But still. Oh, stop, Ulva. The others are fine. Look at this focal depth, right? The depth of field is like super narrow. And it makes everything feel, well, very careful, right? And they're able to like bring things into focus to draw your attention to them, and then be really clever about how they're doing this. Now. Duh! Nice. Four. Right there. Okay. Hello. Hello. Sneak. Okay. Sneak this way. Look at the little bright red cap and the blue knitwear, and God, it's so cute. He's so cute. Oh,
Gnomes are peculiar and playful creatures.
you're translating Tomta as
They
no.
live peacefully in daylight and keep in their houses
All
at
right.
night. Visitors that don't want to eat them were unheard of until this day.
Those are chanterelles, aren't they? Those are good mushrooms. Who convert the fairies to Christianity? Oh, the fairies are always Christian. Don't worry. Sometimes the elves are Eve's third kid. The elves are descendants of Eve's third child, who definitely not Seth. There's a child in between Cain and Abel and Seth that the elves are all descended to. Don't worry about it. But the idea that they are Christian and or want to be Christian is like super duper common in Scandinavian folktales. A lot of times, especially in Icelandic contexts, tales of the Huldufolk, the hero will escape the Elfland and bring got married to an elf, and then they convert to Christianity and therefore become freed from elfishness and can become, a good Icelandic partner. It's a bit oof. I'm not even gonna lie, it's a bit oof. He jumps when I jump. Look at that. Now, the comparison of what is clearly a tomta to a gnome, or a tolla as the other variation, to a gnome is a bit funky. Not super on board with that, but whatever. Hello. Look at how cute it is. Right, gnomes are invented in the 16th century by Paracelsus. They're like Central or Southern European. These are tolla. Toller. Oh, that's a hedgehog. Oh, look at the hedgehog. Can we pet him? Chat. We can't pet the hedgehog. Riot. This is an order. Have you tried suggesting that this might be a pull door? I don't think this is a pull door, but it might be a pull door. You don't recommend petting hedgehogs? Oh. There are so many of them. Is this Are we playing Pikmin now? Chat, when did we start playing Pikmin? Exactly. We've heard in English tradition that some of Adam and Eve's children were dirty when God came to visit, so they hid and became the elves. Exactly. That is correct. That is basically the same as what the Icelandic tradition has going for it. That they were hidden away and or turned away from God's sight and therefore became invisible to everybody. Hee hee. The Toller are a bit... Right, they're more ambiguous, because they're just like a general spook. Oh, come on, I definitely got you. Don't think you can hide from me. Pet. Try giving the hedgehog a chili dog. Now this is the way. If one is hiding behind the door, I will be mad. Alright. Where are you? Screen tearing aside, I do have VSync off, so that is expected. But man, is it noticeable. Wow. Do the little men do something for humans, or are they just, like, hanging out? We'll see what this game does, but right, there's a lot of traditions. Broadly speaking, they are hanging out until humans bother them in some way. Once they have been bothered, there's several options. I should make sure, are my ears in the right way? My ears are not in the right way. Are these war or gnomes? The English translation is saying no. There's an easy way to find out, huh? You know, let's actually switch it to Swedish instead of Norwegian. Because I think that's going to be the closer, the more useful one. What word are you actually using for these? Uh-huh. I still think this is a pull door. Oh. Narrator, are you going to say anything? No? What's the point of me switching to Swedish if then you're just not going to say anything? What? Are they not like Hinson men? Yeah. I mean, a classic, right? Classic minigame right here. Twilight Princess goat herding simulator. Well, you've never had the boy actually say something. Yeah. I don't think he did say anything in English. But apparently he's more vocal in the Swedish version. No, are you going to say anything? About the tolle? No? You still are not going to... Narrator, why do you go away the moment I needed you? I tried so hard. A very lush place to find cloudberries? That's true. I was not paying attention to the flora all that much, but you're right. That would be a very weird place to find cloudberries. But in the end, does it even really matter? No, it does not. Because the narrator just... Oh, that's a frog. That's not only a frog, but the king of the frogs. Bro... Ew. That... Ja, nej. För... Han vill... Okay. Fine. We'll change this language back to English since you seem to not want to cooperate at all. This feels rather whimsical for a horror game, doesn't it? It's a very cheery start, a very venturesome start for what I assume is going to turn very bad very fast when it starts going bad. There was a narrator line there. Yeah. Yeah, I suspect being in Swedish turned off the narrator. Which is deeply frustrating. I don't know why. I may have to experiment with, like, starting the game after I finish, starting the game over in Norwegian or Swedish. To just see... You know, the other option. If we restart from checkpoint, does it reload the... The Frog King appreciated Ole's friendly gesture. Yeah, that sounds about right. Okay. I know, I keep expecting it to go wrong, and it keeps, hitherto not going wrong. Narrator? Narrator?
They were both curious in different ways, while Lillemor quickly ran along. Ole could get completely enthralled.
Uh-huh.
And suddenly, Ole was alone again.
But don't worry. She does not seem to be a very responsible older sister. She is, like, 12. She's like 12 years old. She still is a small child. Completely unsuited for the rigors of, you know, familial care and or big scary adventures. Oh, hey, it's a fairy circle. Limbo? The small mother? Yeah, I wonder if that name's meaningful. Oh good, there you are. Limbo. Limbo. Welp. Well. Oh, hi, troll. Exactly.
The river was strong, and Ulle was weak. He did not stand a chance. But soon the sound of the river faded.
What is the bad thing? Did it have rabbit ears? It had rabbit-ish
Ulle
ears,
was happy
but it is
to
a
have firm
troll.
ground under his feet again.
Fun. No. Okay. That's a troll. That is very much the standard depiction of trolls in modern Scandinavian folklore. I'll find some images during the ad break here, and I'll put them up on screen right away at the start here, so we can take a look at that reference. I'll see if I can also find some other references, and we'll talk about what we've seen. But first, we do need to take an ad break. We take ad breaks about every hour. We just structure them in so that way I can get up and stretch, you all can do the same, and that way we don't get ads during the actual content, because no one likes getting ads during the actual content. So we take these breaks for both self-care purposes and stream quality purposes. So we'll be back in just a couple of minutes, so do not go anywhere, but I will make sure to leave you in... I need to leave you with some kind of music. I wonder if I can locate... Let me find a music for you. What's a good one? That'll work. Okay, so we'll be back in about 3 minutes to continue our playthrough of Bramble the Mountain King and continue talking about Scandinavian folklore. So do not go anywhere. We will be right back. And welcome back, everyone. How y'all doing? I hope you all enjoyed that very brief ad break. I am still looking up a handful of stuff and then switching over the display. But we will talk about what all we've seen. Var. Let's see. So, we saw a handful of things. Toller. Well, let's phrase them as tomter. Let's see. Interesting. Not a lot of good images of them in folktales, I'll be honest. What is... Those aren't super useful. Those look more dark crystal than anything else, I'll be honest. Taking a tiny analysis break, taking a tiny looking up images break. But also, yes, a tiny little analysis break to see who all everyone is. But yeah, let me locate back to the Toller's neighbors. Let's see. Yeah. Okay, so there's a good textual description of what we're seeing. Let me click over back in here, and we'll ignore the game, instead click into our design doc for the highlight paragraph. From the tale of the Toller's neighbors, which was collected in the 1800s in Norway. Actually, I think this one's in Denmark, because legal. Anyway. Toller is now the peasant, actually, but still. The cottage lay in the middle of a wild heath on the surrounding country was in bad repute, for the neighborhood were a number of old grave mounds, in which it was said were inhabited by mountain folk. Though Toller, so the peasant was called, cared little for that. When one trusts only in God, thought Toller, and does what is just and right to all men, one need not be afraid of anything. They had now taken possession of their cottage and moved in all their little property. When the man and his wife, late one evening, were saying together as to how they could best manage to get on in the world, they heard a knock at the door. Don Toller, opening it, in walked a little man, and wished them good evening. He had a red cap on his head, a long beard and long hair, a large hump on his back, and a leather apron before him, in which was stuck a hammer. They immediately knew him to be a troll. Notwithstanding, he looked so good-natured and friendly that they were not at all afraid of him. And, interestingly, right, these trolls, which could be Nisser, Tomter, or Troller, or just Troll, right, specifically specify that they cannot be out in daylight. That's where Tolkien gets the trolls turning to stone in daylight from folktales like these, which very clearly, also Alvismal, showing that, a tradition of small, potentially crafty hill people can't be out in daylight goes back into the Middle Ages. So those were the gnomes we saw. They're actually these guys. They solidify. They've been kind of cutesified, I think, in the last 100 years or so, where instead of being, well, let me switch it over to being a specific window. Bramble, street widget, no. Where is Firefox? Hello? Honestly. There we go. Instead of being more like these guys, although I'm actually on the wrong page. I'm still on the wrong capture. Let me fix that. The other Firefox one. Instead of being more like these guys, they kind of get cutesified into being very short with a very tall hat. Much more akin to, I don't know. A garden gnome. The other supernatural being we've seen right now is in Alver, or in Icelandic, Alvar, which is not that, Alvar Icelandic. Hey look, Alvar that Islands, which is basically just a walk and half the further. There, further. But still, right, elves. Clearly, the little flying guys are supposed to be elves, but that is a very modern idea of what elves might be. Hulderfolk, the Hulder in mainland Scandinavia, the Alver, and any other one says, hey, these are all humanish sized that are weird in some way. The Hulder often will have like a deer or an ox tail. The Hulderfolk are invisible or have other spooky stuff going on. They often are possession of great riches, but can be very greedy about that, and will turn violent if their home is intruded on by people. This idea, the idea of, you know, fairies, really, of the elves looking like that. They look like that. Like, we know exactly what this is. This is Victorian fairies fooling Arthur Conan Doyle, and then everything after them looking like that. I mean, this is they look like Tinkerbell. They glow. They literally are dropping glowy dust like Tinkerbell. So this is James Bailey. This is right. This is no James Barry. I remember my folktale. This is Peter Pan. Right. This is Arthur Conan Doyle. This is Victorian ideas of elves permeating their way back into Scandinavian culture and affecting them. And thank you, Billy Warren, for 17 months of Tier 1. Absolutely huge. You mean small people like me? Hey, as another small person, I'll take it. Anyway, so that's I guess that's 2 of our 3. The last one we've seen is the troll. They got the big ears. They got the big nose. They got the 2 long limbs. They got the sack. And they got the murderous intentions. Yeah, I mean, that is right there. That is your 17th, 18th, 19th, 20th century idea in Scandinavia of what a troll is going to be. Yeah. If you're polite to a Huldra, they can help you out. Absolutely. And if you're even vaguely rude to a Huldra, they might murder you. So, you know. You win some, you lose some. If you're polite to a Tomtar or a troll, they might also, or at least a friendly troll, they might also be good to you. Being nice to one of these trolls doesn't work, because they'll eat you. The most famous troll in Icelandic culture is Grilla and her useless husband, but they are all over the landscape. Armin Jakobsen has done some fabulous work on troll studies that I highly recommend. It applies into modern Scandinavian context as well as in Icelandic ones. Really, the trolls are very similar across that whole body. Alright, so, on that note, by the way, we should probably go check in on our sister, who's been kidnapped by one of those trolls and is en route to being eaten, huh? That seems like it's maybe important. Now, did we lose our vest and trousers? No, just our vest. We lost our vest. It's tragic. You say let them eat her? Let's put it to a vote. Well, you know, fair. I suppose that's an option. There's not a good story to be had out of, that, though. So why don't we go back to this suspicious mountain? I know, the pretty embroidery's gone. We're just back in our nightshirt. Also, our parents are bad. Our parents appear to be, bad at their jobs. Because it's been, what, 2 days now, question mark? And we are not here. There. Anywhere? Hello? Well, this is suspicious. Also, is this a... I don't think the... I'm going to assume this ruin is not of an Iron Age bra, because that's not in Scandinavia. I'm going to assume instead that this is some sort of keep or potentially a stone shieling. It shouldn't be a stone shieling. It's too, you know, it doesn't have a door, the right door. It's also too thin to be a bra, and it's too small to be much of anything else. So, suspicious. Like disappeared in the middle of the night into a magic forest, it's hard to find you. Well, that's fair. Monastery? No. No. Neither of those. It's not a medieval manor. It's not a monastery. It is Gothic, right? Clearly it was Gothic, so it's probably 15th century. But, Did the Frog King save us? The Frog King saved us.
The Frog King made sure that his new friend did not drown.
Yeah, maybe some kind of watchtower.
But without his sister, he felt like the loneliest child in the world. He just wanted to find Limbo and go home.
Uh-huh.
But to do that, he had to find where the big troll had taken her.
I don't think it's a lighthouse either, though. I think watchtower is probably the closest we get. Realistically, though, it's just vibes, right? I don't think this is all that near the sea, though. You know, it is Sweden. You're not that far from a body of water. Here? Oh. Oh dear. Is this our fault? Oh dear. Now, how do you expect me to get up to that? No, Litzel. It has not done all of the it has not done Grieg. I did Grieg to as the warm up for, you know, the intro music for the stream. That was all me. Hello? Aw, look at that little piggy. Look at the little piggy. He's so... What a cute... God, the tomter are so cute. The fact that we, you know, have, done very bad things to them is neither here nor there, but, they're so cute. Knock knock? Wow! We're stronger than we were last time. Now, door into an underground space. Yeah, this is a burial mound. This is a burial mound out of 10. Or not. Fine. It could have been an old warrior grave. There could have been a berserker. It would be a bit weird and questionable, but there could have been a berserker. Or like Bowie or something else. Hi. Hi there. You think I didn't see you? Do you think I'm scared? I'm a little bit scared. I'm not gonna lie. It's not Cthulhu, it's just another troll. The idea of the trolls being based like in sea coastal islands like this, because that is the sea. That is super duper the sea. Well, maybe not. Maybe that is just more forest ground. It's blue like the sea. It's got fog waves like the sea, but it looks like it has leaf litter, like solidly not the sea. Regardless, the idea of trolls or giants being made out of stone like that, 100% all over. That's like the one of the more common variants of trolls and statues thereof. Hide. Right, there's one Icelandic folktale where the... Huh? Okay, well, it's no longer like that folktale. But there is a folktale where, you know, a troll woman seems to help some fishermen out when they land on her island by giving them either food or riches. But, like, basically she lives in a cave and, like, nothing comes out of the cave. Oh, I don't like that at all. Oh, I don't like this at all. Were they friendship? I don't think those are friendship, Wetzel. Especially not if that's what I think that is. We're just gonna get freaking ganked if we step on those. Like, there's no good outcome. Those are yeah, that. I missed that one. Walked straight face first into it. Oh, come on. Excuse me? Excuse me, I wholeheartedly disagree. Yeah, bear traps. I think there were bigger things to worry about. Oh, well, there's the troll. Anyway. I think the tetanus is not so much the problem as, you know, the, spikes through the abdomen. I can't believe jumping back off of the thing counted as a death. I know, right? Like, that was so goofy. Also, we are so small and so light that we could walk around this if it weren't for the fact that the game wanted to say no. Right? Like, you can easily see the path around these. But we are wearing shoes, just for the record. Just for the record. That's a moose. Duly noted. That's a moose. Yeah, he does have shoes on. They're full shoes of a style very common, like basically, you know, basic shoes. A moose, exactly. Did you know that one bit my sister once? The main vibe is late 19th, early 20th century. They haven't actually said what dates. It's not established. It's just like this is full. This is a specific type of like folk as it gets recorded in nationalist movements in the 19th and 20th century. Well, that's horrible. Not sure I'm a fan of this. Ooh. Yep, that's Can we talk about the clothing? Yeah, not really. Like, I mean, well, I'm not a fashion historian, and so people can, when I can't, fabulous. But no, I can't really. As game plays with scale a lot, it's difficult to tell if you're normal and everything's big, or if I'm shrunk and everything's normal. Yeah. Yeah, that looks and feels about right. I'm gonna be sneaky. Got it. So you're slow. You're slow. You're still slow. Oh, come on. Okay. Fair enough. Little Nightmares and Limbo have been very, very influential. Agreed. What? I was in the air when he hit. I strenuously disagree, game. Fine. One more. One more. No cutting off his own hand, at least for this particular second. Just escape. Is this also a troll? Yes, this is also a troll. Anyone who is big, big ears, big nose, troll.
Ola wanted to cry. A couple of hours ago, he had been in his warm bed. Now, he had almost died several times. His sister was gone, and he was soaked in smelly sewer water.
Trolls are very all-purpose. That's an awfully big bone. Look. And that's a minecart. We have more tomter. Okay. More puzzles. One thing I am noticing in just how they're describing things, very much is... Nay, 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 nay. What do you mean you're slanted? One of the things that I'm noticing in how they're describing things is that there's a lot of focus on Ole's experience as, you know, a small child. This is both understandable and not really in vogue with the style. Like, not super how the style of these folktales tends to get written. Like, they're not... Generally speaking, Grimm Brothers folktales and various other collections aren't super big on, you know, what is the emotional state of these children who are going through this thing. Even though that emotional state is usually very bad. Like, that's not really part of the folktale style. It's a very action focused and a very... Right, you talk about your emotions through... Huh. Is the camera angle going to change, or am I just supposed to miss? Am I just supposed to hard read how I'm dodging these bear traps? Alright. Cool. Be that way. Can I just keep going this direction? Please? Just keep going farther this way? No? I don't like this. God, I cannot see. You died from that? God, who rigged these bear traps? You primed them way too sensitive. Confidence. You primed them way too sensitive. Exactly, Josie. The character focus feels very modern. Which makes sense, right? It's written like it's a retelling of a folktale. As a retelling of a folktale, it behaves like that retelling. With... the very Grimm Brothers behavior of how horrifying that is. With the very, modern understanding of how horrifying that is. Really? Alright, fair enough. I hit the left mouse, or the left bumper, at the point where it said to hit the left mouse bumper, or the left bumper. Alright, I just have to be in this. This kid just straight up does not have a good time, right? Yeah, right, this is a Grimm Brother, fairy tale, right? This is rather the modern perception of what a Grimm Brother fairy tale is like. Which does not mean that that's not what Grimm Brother fairy tales are like, or, right, because they are dark. By any of, like, modern standards, they're absolutely brutal. But being absolutely brutal. Don't fall into the water. Come on. Yay! Fucking wanted. Bear traps in the water. Well, I don't think I should have survived that, but that's fine. God, loathe this. Loathe most things about this. Alright, it's just a kind of a straight shot there, isn't it? How did it become associated with children's stories? Alright, so let's just hug the coast there. Are you just gonna fully sit on top of this? Seriously, get out of the water. Get the... God damn it. Is Ulla literally not gonna get out of the water correctly? There we go. Jeez. Now are you gonna swipe to include the next area? No? No? Not even a little bit? Fine, but I'm just gonna go. I'm just gonna go mode this and be fine. What? What? What a strange... Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Yep, I know trolls be scary. We're fine. This is fine. We're still fine. Nothing suspicious here. Uh-huh. Yep, nothing suspicious here. We're gonna go more real quick, and then we'll get back to the question of, why are they children's stories? Partly, at least a little bit is marketing. Folk tales are recorded in manuscripts and collections for purposes much more than children. Right, Jakob and Wilhelm Grimm did not set out to collect a children's collection. In fact, I don't think I should have survived that, but that's fine. I'll take those. To a somewhat substantial extent, the thing that they think they are collecting is the national culture of Germany. And so, right, as they gather things, right, they're collecting from adults, telling stories largely to other adults in a context of activities that, and actually often the stories are, about activities and about families who are very much all ages, in the sense of we can't stop a kid from hearing about them, but they're not necessarily for kids. There we go. I would like to observe. We just flattened the king of the pine cones. But also I'd like to observe that I died when I fell off the branch, and then on the second try I survived when the branch fell off of me. That feels rude. We just flattened the king of the pine cones. That's awkward. Anyway. Right, these national collections, really the way they become children's stories starts off with them being associated as, right, educational tools for the national culture of these different places. And so, right, you start getting editions of Grimm fairy tales that are initially unbowdlerized, and then bowdlerized, and then debowdlerized, in order to make them varyingly school appropriate, to instill the proper national pride and identity into your school children. So, in short, the 19th century did us dirty like that. Ew, not again. No, 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 god damn it. I'm gonna die. Highlight comment. Why is America's folklore more cryptid-based than other continents? Given that cryptids are European? I think there's a couple of reasons. This is mostly operating off of vibes rather than, serious research. But my vibes... Yeah, I'm loathing this. My vibes are saying... Where the heck did the thing go? It's over there right now. Let's go. My vibes-based approach to this says, hey, maybe that's a result of there not being, I guess, ancient stories in... Oh. Oh, I became a bad person. Oh. Oops. Huh. But there's not exceedingly ancient traditions for Americans of European ancestry. Like... Hi, mouse. Hi. Oh, you're cute. But since there's, like... Given that European colonization of the Americas is only a couple of hundred years old, there's not really some ancient stories for national and regional identity. So, instead, you end up kind of filling that space. And filling that space with a lot of weird things based in natural environments related to, you know, the idea of this as a relatively empty world. Or a relatively empty continent. Notably, a lot of cryptids are also blending and or stealing in various indigenous folk beings. Because, you know, there's nothing more that European colonizers loved than pretending that the Americas were empty and therefore just natural associating things with nature while simultaneously stealing indigenous beliefs. Also, just... ew. Like, real talk, ew. Yeah, saw that one coming. Like, one more. Come on. Ow. I think we better run. Quick as you like. Looks a bit like a rat with that tail, TBH. Probably is supposed to be a cow's tail. That's the traditional one. Ow. We're getting attacked by sentient pine cones. I would like to observe that we're getting attacked by sentient pine cones. And this is a rather distressing moment of levity in what has otherwise been a very not... We did kill their king! We did kill their king! But also,
felt bad for the ill-treated giant.
The difference between, hi, please cover this mold and moss, or please climb down this mold and moss covered moose. And then let us fight some pine cones to meet a giant named rabbit. No, sorry, that's lepus, not lemus. But still, also, another shout out to previous games having an influence on this one. Clearly Shadow of the Colossus.
It seemed like he had found one.
So presumably, since they say giant here, I presume that the Swedish version says Jäta. But, clearly the giants, in this case, the Jötnar or the Jäter, means, are based on the Titans from Shadow of the Colossus. I mean, just look at those eyes, right? Those eyes are 100% Shadow of the Colossus, and you can't really persuade me otherwise. Yeah. I'm gonna hit you in your stupid face. Yes, and we turned it to stone, and because we turned it to stone, we are trapped forever and die. Right? Right. Were those fly agric? Yeah, those were fly agric. The trippy mushrooms, that just make you sick. Called it. And look, we turned the troll to stone, and because it was clutching us tightly, we suffocate.
Ulle was comforted by the morning sun. He had survived the night, but just barely.
Look at all the pollen in the air. Mushroom spores?
At least he had found the stone again.
That's true.
And it felt like it was his sister's way of telling him he was on the right path.
Uh-huh. I am on the right path, huh? So is this gonna get, like, weirdly cozy again? Is this the game cycle that it... Moose. Also, like, May? Wreath? Right. There's a very pointy house over there, and then there's that, like, wreath of the tree, or the, garlanded tree, which looks like it's, well, a little bit Midsummer, not gonna lie. A little bit Midsummer. But also, a little bit looking at, like, sort of seasonal, especially spring festivals. Is that a battle hedgehog? I suppose that's another influence, huh? This is probably an original song, but one that's kind of built to be folk ish. Or one that's arranged from a traditional tune, rather than necessarily fully composed from one. Do you think that... Do you think the hedgehog can swim? Well, it feels like what I'm being told to do. Oh, the hedgehog's a little waddle. Look at him go! Look at him go! There's a couple of movies. Heck, I think I know which one you're thinking of, JCDC, but I also do not remember the name. What's... Who are you? Why all the knives? A faucet? A naked. Exactly. Okay. Well, Oh dear. So, if this is foreshadowing for what monster we're going to run into next, we should be very, very scared. Because a nöken, Swedish näken, is... Don't critique my pronunciation, by the way, it's bad. Is a drowner. Effectively, it's a drowner. The one we specifically saw there in Norway would be known as a fosagrim, being a drowner who plays the violin or talharpa or heck, what's the other one? It's a violin with a drone on it. Heck. Hardangerfela. That's what it is. Thank you. Agalias, you were on the same brain cell as me. But yes, it's, you know, a violin or a talharpa or a hardangerfela, and we'll use the music to lure someone to the waterfall, and then drown them in the waterfall. Alright, I don't love the camera. Oh. The dandelions are alive. Hello. Is that a friend? Hello, friend. Hello? Hello? Are we supposed to make him sneeze? We're totally supposed to make him sneeze. Yeah. Dude. Hello. Ow. Do dandelions make you sneeze? Game is so pretty when it isn't trying to kill us. True. Bye, Lemus. Supernatural Being Tankers 101. 1. Lure in humans with awesome music. 2. Kill them viciously. Viscously? Kill them viscously. Hello? Hi. Yeah? You... Well, we have a hat. I think with this hat, we will actually take another brief ad break. Alright? This is gonna be our last ad break for the stream. We've got probably only about an hour left. We'll get through this section, probably one more, and then whatever is next. So we will leave you with cozy chirping noises. Chat, are cozy chirping noises amenable pause music? There's at least a violin melody underneath it. But yes. We will be back in just a couple minutes. We do these every roughly hour, so that I can get up and stretch, and so that way Twitch does not give us random ads that disrupt from the content. So, if you do like this and want to listen to music instead of watching ads, do make sure you hit that subscribe button, and consider following the channel if you've been enjoying the content so far. Otherwise, we'll be back in just a few with the final part of the day's stream of Bramble. Alright? Be back soon. And also, snails. Or it turns out I baited you, chat, because it turns out there is 7.5 minutes left before it will even let me run that ad break, so sounds like we've got one more puzzle to do before we actually take that ad break. Haha, it was a bamboozle. Don't you feel so deceived? I'm the one who feels deceived. Well then, never mind all of that, except the following. You should still do the following, even though Twitch is being a jerk about how often I can run ads. Take 2. This time with feeling. I don't love that they're watching me, you know? That really doesn't feel good. Like, at all. Also, why is there a stone axe? Goofy thing. Whee! Okay. And now we can go up here. And then everyone's fine. Don't fall off. Don't fall off. Looking so distressed. Aww. What a cutie. Pardon, Gafela! God dang it. I hate that I called it. So, that thing I predicted. Uh-huh. What's that? It was very It was extremely predictable. Hooray! Don't think I don't see you. That's not a photograph. That's okay. That wasn't a knacker though. That was a. Oh, I just flat misjudged that. That's my bad. That was just a dead person. That was a drowned, not a drowner. Maybe I just climb up here. Hello, Mr. Skeleman. Goodbye, Mr. Skeleman. Wow. The fact that they're just trying to render all the light, like, moment to moment. Like, I respect the decision, I also don't know I love the decision. Like, I can't see anything ahead of me, because even the slightest shadow is just completely stark. And that makes it hard to be... It's atmospheric. It also just makes it hard to figure out what the heck I'm supposed to be doing sometimes. Like... Also, they are being... Oh, that... Yep. Yep. I got. At least the checkpointing is generous. Okay, that was a pure vibes guess. I did not know if I was gonna do that, if that was the correct direction I needed to tip it. Oh... Because I can't see anything at all. That person is less dead than some of these other people. I'm just gonna say it. That person might not be dead enough for my taste. What do you know? I can't see anything, but I can see enough to know that that was a jump scare. I wasn't actually that spooked on it because, you know, seeing that that person was sufficiently unrodden. Yep. Hey. Hey, you're all musicians, right? Hey, I've got a Hardangafela on sale for cheap. Just stick your hand in this box. I promise it'll be fine. Look at it! It's so pretty and new and definitely not a scam. God, I'd pay so much money for a Hardonga Is that supposed to look like petroglyphs? Yes. I'd say pretty indubitably this is deliberately looking like exceedingly ancient petroglyphs. Probably because, you know, that is... Well, you know... I would say because that's the style. That's the appropriate style for this space. Is just petroglyphs. This is Sweden, though. Runestones exist. You could just have runestones. Oh, camera angles. Shh. Shh. You saw nothing. You saw nothing. You are nothing. This is fine. No, this is fine. Come on, get out. Zoom. No. Stop. Go, 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 go. Go, go, go. Go, go. Go, go. Keep going. Faster. Zoom. Yep. Yep. Oh. Thank you. Well, that was fast. Don't worry about it. Ignore the fact... Well, you're crawling beautifully. Don't know why you're crawling at me instead of just, like, standing up. But, you know, you do you. I guess. Yeah, that was predictable. I'm gonna wait here for another one. Well, I got absolutely steamrolled. That's okay. By not realizing that I could tuck away back here. And then behind the tree next. And then with all the other puzzles. Uh-huh. There's none on this one. Now there should be one on this one. And then we hide behind the tree here. Oh. Okay, yep, that's the thing to be careful of. Wondered if that would work. The answer was no. The answer was rather definitively no. Oh, that wasn't safe? I thought that was safe? Alright, good to know. But that was safe. On what planet was that safe? Crouch. I don't think I didn't predict that. I saw tall grass. Come on, that was predictable. Gotta say, Ola is doing a good job on not getting busted up knees and everything else, while in this space that is extremely not friendly to anyone. Hey look, a folktale. Why don't we read a folktale, and then we'll take our ad break for real this time.
In his past life, Nakin was a simple man that loved playing his violin. But the village did not appreciate his talent. People would frequently bully him, and the only soul that did not was a girl that Nakin fell in love with. One day, the bullying and beatings became so severe that Nakin's anger finally overtook him. He marched into the village, playing forbidden melodies that made everyone dance, until their flesh and bone got worn down. They eventually died, leaving behind shuffling corpses, still trying to dance to Nakin's melodies. His love was not spared death either. Devastated, Nakin left the town and lived by the lake, drowning in his sorrow, where he still lures people with his deadly music.
Yep. Well, alright JCDC, have a good night. But yeah, you know, this is not the only version of stories of the Nöken. Right, in Iceland, a Nöken is a water horse. So, it's instead, right, looks like an ordinary horse, and then you get on its back, and then it runs into the nearest spring, river, and or fjord, and you drown. If you realize what's happening and speak its name, which is just Nöken, it's not really that fancy, it tames it, it breaks the curse, and it becomes a very good horse. End of story. Extremely chill. Obviously, other sorts of grims, right, spirits, or, like, I don't know, a fossero, perhaps? Like a kelpie, exactly. Very similar to a kelpie. In fact, the Icelandic version may have influence from kelpies, due to, you know, substantial Irish populations in Iceland. Both in early modernity as traders, and in the medieval period as enslaved people. The Scandinavian versions tend to stick a little bit closer to the was a person. Things went bad. Is now somewhat murderous. But hey, we for now escaped, so I'm gonna leave you with cozy rain vibes. For real this time, while we take our ad break. We'll be back in a couple of minutes. I will leave you with the snails, and with a bit of luck, Twitch will actually cooperate this time. I am attempting to see if there are any neckers or nuckens or whatever in Asbjorn Cinema. The answer appears to be no, which is surprising, to be honest, but does mean I need to look for some other folktale collections. I guess the other option is looking for like a Fossa Grim. Let's see. Krimgard. That's relatively ancient. Yep, that is a no. Alright. Well, that means we do not need to pause for more depictions of, or more folktales and more descriptions of Nachen and their horrifyingness. But we can hop simply straight back into the game. If you are just tuning in, I am Adam. This is Lido History. I have a graduate degree in Scandinavian history, focusing on the Middle Ages, but to some extent dealing with later material. And we're playing Bramble, which is a game inspired by fairly recent Scandinavian, especially Swedish, it looks like, folktales. So, I'm having a great time, though it is very spooky and sometimes a bit cool. So, if you're enjoying, do say hello and tune on in. Those books are so neat. And now for more caving. Because, you know, spelunking is the most fun we can do. It's only moderately terrifying. Oh, great, that's suspiciously well lit. Have we actually escaped it now? Did we succeed? Or are we about to have a big problem? We're about to have a big problem. Uh-oh. Not to dodge all the rocks as you go down. Not a boat minigame. Ow. How adventurous. That's... Yeah, this is the Fossa part of the Fossa Grim. The Fossa is waterfall. You can see how well that went. Maybe he's smashed to pieces. Or maybe I'm drowned. Yep. I forget which game had a bunch of these. Uncharted? Uncharted has, like, yeah. Quite a few of them. Hey, he did smash to pieces. Let's go. Lots of games have them, though. Right, Uncharted has them with all of the frickin' like jet ski games. What do you want me to do? Gotcha. You want me to walk forward. The Tomb Raider ones are bad, yeah. And the Tomb Raider ones are more quick-timey. As well. You know, it's never a good sign when the camera is moving faster than the person. Like, solid genre design. Right, solid emotional moment. But, also, that's rough. Alright, well, we've seen this before. But, bit less grayscale. Okay, a lot less grayscale. Don't know that I love the old... Like, all we really need now is, like, proper... I mean, we've got some, right? We've got some film grain effects. But I want, like, film grain, like, old deteriorating VHS tape distortion next. But I really gotta say, not an encouraging look. Especially since...
As the bramble crawled closer and closer,
The rose vines, yup.
he felt as if a darkness took hold of his heart and filled it with fear.
I'm sure this is fine. Yup. Super fine.
There was a light.
See? Totally fine. Shoutouts to the color yellow. Hello? Hulder? If I had to guess, Hulder, is who's up next on the docket of folkloric beings. We've had elves, we've had Tomter, or, like, mini-trolls, we've had evil trolls, we've had a Necker. Either another kind of elf, either explicitly called an elf, or called a Hulder. We'll see. A shout out to Sleeping Beauty, exactly. In the Grimm story, right? Briar Rose. Oh hey.
Tuva was a light in the darkness. She had filled his heart with courage, and the stone with her radiance.
Okay, just Tuva.
The bramble covers all where darkness has taken hold, Tuva said.
Uh-huh.
Follow the light. You will find what you are searching for within the mountain.
Okay. Just doesn't get explained. Alright. Sure. That's fine. It's not like... Right. It's not like the name Tuva necessarily gives us a lot. Cause, Tuva is just a name. Right? So that doesn't necessarily give us a lot of information as to exactly which category of being we are seeing here. Definitely seeing a category of being, but not necessarily intuitively obvious which one. That being said, it's part of a long and glorious folkloric tradition of male folkloric hero just so happens to run into a elfin and or explicitly just an elf being who they immediately are like, ah yes, clearly affection and love. She's magic, she ain't gonna explain shit. Exactly. I feel like if I take any more steps forward, I'm just gonna get... Yeah, there you are. I was like, if I take any more steps forward, I'm gonna get got. Right, would be much more akin to, I think a Hulder, in absence of other evidence, is a pretty good read, because those do tend to be more helpful. And if you're seeing Icelandic influence, right, to the Hulder folk, then you can get rid of the oxtail and just have them be like weird magic people who are sometimes generally kind of helpful and or conveniently placed love interests that may or may not go mediocrely as we go. Anyway, that was the Lord of the Rings reference, not like the ginormous statue of an ancient king. Come on. That's not a reference to a... Like, that's not a reference to, a folktale. That's a reference to the Lord of the Rings movies. Noted. Oh, come on. Wow, that was incredibly close. Why does everything in this town, in this thing, want to just, like, murder me to death? Like, come on. There's no reason for this. Like, it's not even looking at me anymore. Where's the next stopping point? It's all the way across there. Wow. Alright. That feels long, but that's fine. That's fine. Thankfully there's convenient ceiling exactly. Oh, just fully gonna tear this thing apart. Alright. Be that way. Guess I'm not going back. Jerk. Love the sentient brambles. That feels, you know, sufficiently rude. I can't see if that's a path or if this is a I'm going to fall over and die. Okay. Who's ready to climb? I'm on hen? I'm on hen. Beautiful.
The land was once a peaceful kingdom with a great king. Now, his image embodied the darkness that had drowned the world in Bramble.
Mm-hmm. This is such a Lord of God. I mean, if there was any doubt as to how much Lord of the Rings films and Tolkien, right, Tolkien generally and the movies specifically, have influenced the way we imagine the aesthetics of fairy tales, I think this sums it up, doesn't it? Like, we got the Lonely Mountain in the background. We got this beautiful, purpley sky. And craggy, that totally not New Zealand, totally Sweden, we promise. Landscape in between, and we've got this very large statue of how great the king was, and these great memorialized somebodies. Films and books, exactly. Like, especially. What's that? I saw this and knew that that was going to be a run for my life section. Who could have predicted? Get into the center. Cut across the corner. Zoom. Oh, I don't love that. That's a bad jump. Lemos! Thank you.
Lemus would always look after his only friend.
There we go. Sorry you're late. Star Trek evening with your dad. Well, that's a good reason to be late.
Olle felt a chill as he saw the warnings for desperate mothers carrying their infants. They pleaded with them not to carry out the unspeakable acts they had set their minds to.
Alright, so we're writing in runes. Good time for specific trigger warnings? Yeah. Yeah, I'm assuming, warnings for... presumably infanticide. What is that? Heck. I need to look up... hang on. I need to look up my... Elder Futhark? Really? Elder Futhark? Alright. Be that way. Fuck it, one for the bingo card. That's not fully Elder Futhark. Huh. Some of that is Short Twig, but not all of these letters exist in younger Futhark. Hang on. Let's see if I can get the... That'll work. That's medieval, though. That doesn't have all the letters I need either. That one will work. Alright. Let's make sure chat hasn't said anything. Elfdalian? I don't think these are. Let me... Let me check. The Catlian runes... they might be. That does have some of the letters that we need. Potentially, yes. That was a good shout. Let's see. So H, A... Sorry, let's start at the top. I should start at the top instead of in the middle. That's going to be a K. That's going to be an A umlaut. And an R and another R. Fair enough. And then that's going to be an H and an A umlaut and a K. And an S? Frickin' goddammit, runes. That's going to be either S or I. That's going to be an A. So that's probably an S, right? Hursan... And then an N. I'm not sure. Both images are going to be more prominent towards the end of this section. Well, that's good. What we are seeing, by the way, I'm not sure how to translate the runes. I'll be honest. Because it is... Oh, both warnings. Gotcha. Not super sure how to translate the runes, because the runes are in a version of Runic that I'm not super comfortable with, and it's a very late form of the language, right? I am much more comfortable working in Old Norse than I am in Modern Scandinavian, and so I'm not super sure how to translate the runes. But what I can say is that we have Galdrstavir. We've got one bind rune, the X with like a little flag on it. That's a bind rune. And then we've got one Galdrstavir. And then we've got a... Actually, it looks like an Ægishjálmr. Looks like a very early Ægishjálmr. Hang on. There's a 15th century variant of the Ægishjálmr. That is the more square one. Hang on a sec if I can see if I can find it. Right, because the Ægishjálmr we all know, that 8-pointed one, is from the Hold manuscript, an Icelandic manuscript from the mid-1800s. But there is an early variant that's labeled Ægishjálmr in a different runic one that I think is 4-pointed like that. Well, let's look. Oh, okay, so that's a different one. That's a different one. That has curved instead of pointed ones, so that's a piece one instead of looking for one for the Ægishjálmr for protection. So, piece instead of protection. Looks like there's just a ghosty there. That's not a Galdrstavir, that's a ghost. And then the one right here is a bind rune for good luck. For the little X with a flag on it. We love Ægishjálmr. We love Galdrstavir. Galdrstavir are, by the way, coming out of a continental tradition. They're not exceedingly ancient Scandinavian things. They're Solomonic. So they're coming out of French esoteric traditions starting in like the 14th and 15th centuries. And also appear in Indonesia, which is why you see what looks exactly like an Ægishjálmr as a magical charm in Indonesia. Because they're all Solomonic. Anyway, this is a crappy runestone. There's no writing on this runestone, but there is a very implicit narrative, and that implicit narrative is oof. That is, I know that's supposed to be a troll, but I just am going to say that this is a runestone dedicated to worshipping Satan, or to sacrificing small children to Satan. That's a yikes. Just what we love. Exactly. This guy is also familiar. I cannot remember for the life of me. The little smiley guy you draw on barrels? There is! There absolutely is. There's a gold. I don't remember its name, but it's got four things and a little symbol in each game. It's got a smiley face in the center. It's adorable. So I don't know how to translate these runes, and God, for the life of me, I recognize this like wolfy dude. I cannot remember what it is. Well, hopefully they'll give us a name, and then I can just look it up from there. Is there a reason for this? Yes. Good. Oh, this was actually mandatory. Dang nabbit. I hate when I try and go the wrong way and accidentally go the right way. Because then, thus far, there's been little, like, statue-y guys that tell you who the next, or what the next area is, or what the next monster is. And I was expecting to see one of those in the house, and I super didn't. Which is weird. Oh good, they just don't let me walk into the Bramble. That's good. That would have been awkward if they had. I just kind of walked off the side of the map and died. Dang. I want to take one more look in here. Oh, there's more. So many runes. But you're right. Whoever reference pointed out that, hey, this is probably Elfdalian or Kartdalian, or Dalekartlian as kind of the other explanation. That was a good shout. That does look like it's the right sort of runes. They're not as cool as medieval Icelandic runes, I'm not gonna lie. Like, they're still pretty cool, but I prefer my medieval Icelandic runes. Well, tall grass, time to hide. Oh. Yep, content warning. So much for hiding. Now that's strictly unnecessary. Oh. That's what we're doing. We're doing either Valraven, or if we were leaning more Danish, I'd be more confident in Valraven, but really we're doing werewolves. We're doing werewolves next. Oh. Good swim, good swim. Are those tools? Not honestly sure. Let's take a look at them again. Let's see if we can actually figure out what they are instead of just walking underneath them and dying. Some of them are. Some of them are definitely tools, like nails. And, an iron. And, a key. And, a ladle. Some of those look much more like, or some serving forks potentially. Potentially quite a few serving forks. So it does look like it is like iron tools. Yeah. Modern art. Not per se wrong. Yay. We are navigating a bog. And navigating a bog is always spooky, because, you know, bogs. Cable ferries, yep. No, there's no way you just missed. There's no way at all that despite going at full tilt and jumping at like one of the last moments, you just missed. Sadly, I think we are unfortunately going to get baited into not having any bog bodies, which is the opposite of what I want. Also, at this point, really, game, do we gotta do this? I guess we're going for the Dead Marshes school of bog bodies. But if you've not yet identified the other influence on this game, it's Midsommar. It's super obviously Midsommar. No fear. Some fear. Oh, those are kids. Those are maybe kids. Definitely not kids. Yep. That's suspiciously the direction I'm supposed to go. Let's go this way. Fair enough. That's what I get for trying to go off the beaten path. I'm just looking for more creepy dolls. They're also like humanity sprites from Dark Souls 1. Like they're kind of super... super duper humanity sprites from Dark Souls 1. And it's a fishing village. So being that's a fishing village, they have random fishing nets. Because of course, how else are you supposed to climb on them? You know? There's rules about these things. Well, there's a Lydon. Everyone panic. Like 0 out of 10. There's absolutely never be lights on. Dark Void with lights is a super easy design that's very easy to make. Yeah. Exactly. Yes. I wonder if I can just do this. Oh. All the way down, please. That is all the way down. Okay. I wonder if I can just do this. Oh, come on. You're a later. Wow, this house is, you know, remarkably intact, though the giant fish hook there doesn't... Feels like it doesn't bode well. There's a lot in here that just doesn't bode well. Doesn't... bode well? Huh? 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 No? Boo? Oh. Tragic. Alright, do I get this? There we are. That's who I was looking for. Who do you say this is? Oh. Okay, we're not going for werewolves. That explains why I actually was translating the runes right. Shoutouts to me. I was translating them into English correctly. Or into, I guess, Swedish correctly. Karhaxen. A witch. Yep. Nope. Mm-mm. Why do we have to go into this house? Specifically a swamp witch, thank you. But yes, you know, a witch. Why are we going into this house? Why are we doing this? I can leave now, right? Right? Oh no. That's a key. Give me the key. That's a very nice key. A duck! Oh, this looks safe. Yeah. Yeah. Safe. Damn it. I got by the crows. I knew there was going to be a jump scare looking out the window, and I still got by them. Because going into a witch's house uninvited always works out well. And... we need the cross and the circle into the pot in order to make the opening to that. I assume if we do it wrong, we'll just die. Very subtle pentagrams, exactly. And now we do the same thing, but more. Alright, that doesn't tell me anything else useful, but it's gonna be that. Then it's gonna be whatever the square is, which is actually I think is also right here, right? That's the wrong one. It's gonna be this. And then it's gonna be this. And we put them together. And then we explode! Wait. No, that's not quite right. There's a bunch of, by the way, Scandinavian folktales about being taught magic. That being said, typically, emphasis on typically, when we see them, good magicians are male and priests. Bad magicians are neither of those, or one or the other of not those things. Oh.
If you find yourself in pain and sorrow, cry no more, they will be gone tomorrow.
The most famous, in Norwegian, these are known as sortboker.
Listen to the voices of the deep, and join the wolves that circle round the sheep.
This is not in, Elfdalian runes. Or Dalakalian runes. This is actually in Futhark. Please hold. If it's Futhark, that means I can, like, do more things with Futhark. But what's giving it away, by the way, that this is an older form of the script, is the Yod rune. You can see on the, I'm kind of in the center of your screen right now. We've on the bottom bit of text. We've got, well, it looks like what, probably F-A, probably. No, that's not F. A-N-D, and then a J. Right, those two chunks next to each other. That's a J. That's a J from very early on. That's not even in younger Futhark. That dies out in, like, the 6th century. So we're looking at the oldest possible form of the language right now. Or of, I suppose, runic scripts right now. Because of course we are. Is this in Oh, hang on. That's an S. That's an H. That's an E. That's another E. It's in English! You fuck. Well, that's one for the bingo card. Glad I spent that time translating the Elder Filler. It's and join the wolves that circle around the sheep. I.e., the thing the voice just told us is that bottom stanza of Elder Futhark. Every bloody time. I was at least hoping it would be in Swedish. I wouldn't be able to translate if it was in Swedish, because Swedish is the Scandinavian language I have the hardest time reading, because I primarily know Old Norse, so that means I can do Icelandic. It means I can kind of do Norwegian and Danish. That means I have a really hard time with Swedish. We don't talk about Gutnish. But sadly, no. This is what I would like to call esoterica hodgepodge. So, black books, magical treatises, are real things in Scandinavia. In Iceland, there's one called the Red Book, and in Norway, they're generally called black books, sortbøker. They have magical incantations in them, and are typically regarded as so powerful that they should not be opened, and are often, at least supposedly with the Red Book, buried with Eirike Prester, who owned it, because it was just too much. It was just too much. So you buried it with him, and then you weren't supposed to, like, go dig it up, because it's bad. It's bad, and you have to be an extremely powerful Christian, priest, magician, in order to go deal with it. This is Esoterica Hodgepodge. Right, we got Baphomet. We got a Tree of Life. We got vaguely petroglyphic horny dudes. We've got turning the moon red like the apocalypse of St. John. And we got Elder Futhark that's actually just English. It's the whole shebang. Very unsurprising. Really not a criticism to observe it. But was that a sneeze? Honestly, you'd think that the swamp witches would not disturb my rads by sneezing in the background.
If you find yourself in pain and sorrow, cry no more, they will be gone tomorrow.
Wait, sorry, we got another one for the bingo card. Chat. Do you want to guess? I mean, yeah, we got the meter. In the upside down being sacrificed, it's totally not a satanic ritual thing here. We got a Veivisir, an Icelandic glyph from the 19th century. Do you know what's around it? Do you know what that lettering spells? Some of you absolutely know what this lettering spells. I just want to inflict it upon everyone who doesn't. Oh, also, by the way, there's a good luck charm. Well, yes. Yeah, that might be better, TBH. The devs took this from Google, and you know how I know they took it from Google? It's the goddamn alphabet. We got F. We got a U. We got a thorn. We got an A. We got an R. And we got a K. Together those spell Futhark. Which is, you know, the name of the goddamn alphabet. It's just the Elder Futhark in alphabetical order. Around an Icelandic glyph from the 19th century. This is why you shouldn't take games seriously. Even witches need to learn how to read and write. Alright, but they're writing in a 6th century script around a 19th century, around a 19th century glyph in modern English. There's several things happening here.
A temporary sacrifice you make in order for your powers to awake.
Yay.
Trust in the transcendent and surrender to be received into the arms of splendor.
You know, credit where credit's due. The dubious iambic pentameter aside, the vaguely Christian ideas of being like arms of splendor through the sacrifice, so the Christian imagery being sort of very much present within this, very good. Also, though, yeah, they are drowning a baby. Content warning, I guess.
Mutation into gold. Soon a god emerges from the mold.
Ah, that went all the Christian iconography. You walked into, folktales. You know, folktales in the 21st century, where it's all just horror. There's no folk left in the folk horror, it's just horror. Obviously, content warnings, depictions of suicide, depictions of infanticide, violence, probably us getting got with significant amounts of gore, and, gore. Also, an Eishjálmur. We saw an older variant of the Eishjálmur in the other place, and then we.
No longer human, brittle and alone. A goddess reborn seated on her throne.
For fuck's sake, where's the wholesome tricking of the devil and the poop jokes? And the talking animals. Don't forget the talking animals. Well. Love that for us. Very much the expanded theory of witchcraft. Exactly. Exactly. There have not been talking animals, Magistressa. There have been Tomter. They mostly got murdered by trolls. There has been a Necker, who fell off a waterfall and got smushed a bit. And there were 19th century fairies, who existed with no explanation. It was Corpse Man. Really, it's a falsogram. He had a hard-on Befela. Content warning. Content warning. Avert your eyes. See him become a self-made goddess by drowning babies, and, apparently... so it was music. It was music. Oh, we're just picking up the book. Alright. Put it away. Yep. Oh, we're just trying to... we're trying to build up as fast as we can, aren't we? Give me the book. We're so close. We're just trying to escape. So close. So close. One more. So many books. That's a lot of paper. Now hold up a minute. That's a lot of paper. Peek. Oh. Not yet? Yes, yet. I was like, I feel sure.
The witch was ahead of him. Ola knew he had to hurry before she could complete the ritual.
True.
If he did not catch up with the woman, the swamp would swallow another child.
What do you think these books are
He
about?
did not know that someone else wanted to hold him back. A midwife who wanted more dark souls to take care of.
Yay, Midsommar! This is literally just Midsommar. But yeah, we are bringing in the midwife thing. We are bringing in the bad, everyone's bad people thing. Gee, I'm gonna go this way. Okay, fine, we're gonna go this way instead. Oh, that's dark. Oh no, those are graves. Oh no, those are great. Oh. Oh jeez. Okay. Yep. Yep. We're bringing in the midwife thing. We're bringing in the makeshift grave thing. We're bringing in all of the... Oh, that's a long time to be in labor. Jesus. I'm glad everything's okay, but still. Coże? I was afraid of that. Not bugs. I'm just gonna assume it's a straight line until the box falls in the water. Yeah. That sounds painful. Heck. I'm glad I'm able to hold that up, at least. I like being able to see. I like being able to hide. Oh boy. Another one of these, hey? Those are ripples in the water. Also... you know, that. Boss fight. What the heck? Boo. Was that late Victorian nurse uniform? The late Victorian nurse uniform. We are theoretically in the 18 question mark. Is that actually... Nope. Come on, where the heck is it? I literally can't fucking... Uh-huh. There you are. What the heck? Why doesn't that work? Goofy thing. Okay. Sure. I guess that did work. Ah, good little skull woman. Exactly. The Swamp Witch. And... that was that. Probably having my headphones in the correct way around is generally helpful for that too, but you know, that's neither here nor there. This is fine. Yep, everything's fine. We made it through the swamp. We made it through the hodgepodge. And now we're fine. Yeah. Basically, since, right, binaural audio becomes, like, you know, easily doable, we gotta be doing it. But yes. Da da da. Magic Himalayan black bear. Oh. I do love the idea that these practices, right, are, still present, but are very much, like, subaltern, disapproved of, and otherwise, discouraged. And yet, they still, right, there still is a feeling that it is, like, necessary for some reason. In this case, I don't love it because it seems like the reason is become as gods, rather than, any of the actual reasons there might be, of desperation to where, right, historical forms of witchcraft-adjacent things would be practiced. Oh, come on. I can hear the flower. For some reason, it's like not... It doesn't actually believe that that does it. Come on. Come on. Okay, I need to head over here to get behind it to go and do it. Alright, that's why. There's one. Oh. God, that feels so suspicious. I was hoping it would let me do the thing. Alright, so I have to actually backtrack. Lame. The brambles are clearly a rubus or rosa species. Yeah, I agree. I think they're a Brothers Grimm reference. I think they're referring to Briar Rose. Like, I think relatively straightforwardly, they should be understood as first and foremost the folktale, right? If you're speaking of, a game inspired by folktales, you simply can't escape the Brothers Grimm and at least some of their folktales. We've already seen it with the Frog King, but the Frog King is a folktale. You don't know how to put it, you haven't been watching for long, but horror folk and movies so rarely feel like anything folkloric. Or even stories like Robber Bridegroom or Bluebeard, where there is significant gore, murder, unpleasantness, doom, death, etc. I super agree. It's been one of my comments during the cutscenes, because there is a narrator to this game. We haven't heard them in a hot second, but they exist. One of my complaints has been very much... fully disagree. I was on the thing. Like, game. Just because there's crocodiles in these there rivers, Oh, so we're Huck Finn. We're a little bit Huck Finn. But yeah, right, there is a narrator in these games. Or in this game, I should say. And, the narrator is, well, mostly concerned about, Ola's feelings. And being like, wow, yeah, this kid is having a very bad time. Oh. Rip. Alrighty then. Not really sure what the purpose of that was, but sure. Thank you, I guess. But right, that's like something that's not... I mean, Magistress, as you know, right, that's not really something that shows up a lot in... this sort of folktale genre. Yeah, I'm not gonna make that. Am I gonna make that? I did make that. I'm surprised. Right, the idea that, oh yeah, Ola felt super sad about this, and is super scared, and is super, like, freaked out by the Brambles. Right, instead of acting freaked out, per se, we have to get told that we're freaked out, because, like, we no longer operate in the folkloric space where action does everything relevant here. Is I just supposed to straight shot run this? Oh, I hate that. Alright. Zoom, zoom, zoom. Yeah, that was not a shock. Oh, that's just a thick crowd. That's just a full crowd. Right, folktale witches and ogres don't usually become as gods. They just, like, eat people, or turn your mom into a goat and then trick you into killing her. Exactly. Like, they just kinda suck. And they suck in small ways. And you don't resort to witchcraft in order to, you know, become a god. You do it because your neighbor sucks, and you want to cause them great grief. Or you do it because there's a famine, and you want to make all your neighbors have a famine except for you. Oh, content warning, content warning, content warning. Yeah, you resort to witchcraft to switch the head of your stepdaughter with a cow's head. Exactly. You resort to witchcraft to accomplish dubious... Right... To accomplish things other than murdering yourself. Right, exactly. Or to produce jewels to ensure that you consistently have good harvests. Basically for reasons, no, I mean, yes, Odin, but really just hanging. Or you could just trick... Exactly. Right, steal milk, steal cheese, steal the basic essentials that people share in to... Oh dear. to survive. Also content warnings. This is not an Odin reference. This is just sad.
Ulla had been too late. At least he could give the child a proper burial, so that it would not become another dark soul.
Also, those were crows, not ravens. Just so we're clear, those were crows. Now, certainly Odin is associated with post-medieval witchcraft and charms, but in this case, there was so little otherwise to suggest that we are having deliberate reference to paganism or ancient gods. That we should not read it as that. We should read this in terms of more modern...
The warm glow felt comforting.
More modern everything. And folk horror tropes and images rather than...
Follow the light, Tuva had said, and he trusted her.
Another troll, a friendly troll. Unmarried children turned into monsters but not buried. That's, I mean, yes, that is a meaning. Or you could even call it like a Myrda or like Mirbuar as a potential.
Was older than the mountain.
Ooh,
Almost as old as the world
Lichtguba.
itself.
I am not familiar with this being. Please hold. But also, right, basically anyone who doesn't get buried in a churchyard turns into some sort of spook. So, there's like hundreds of options. Lichtguba. Oh. A willow? It's a will-o'-the-wisp. Okay. Well, at least that makes that significantly easier. It's a will-o'-the-wisp.
He was the keeper of secrets, the gatherer of stories.
Books? Books? Hello, books. Hi. How many books? Please let me read all the titles. No? No? Sag. Now! That's what I'm talking about. We got Galdrastavir. We got random scrolls. We got more unbound sheets of paper. We've got extremely waste, like 7 runes and a Galdrastavir on things. Yeah, these are books, alright. We got unframed portraits of, or unhung portraits of stuff. We got a moose. We got some sort of spirit or somebody drinking from a horn. We've got some sort of king and or frog. And we got a book that we can actually read. Maybe. Maybe? Let me up. That's right.
Long ago, there was a peaceful kingdom that lacked an heir to the throne. King Niels and his queen Magdalena had waited for a long time, and at last she was expecting a child.
Romantic era painting of a troll blowing or drinking from a horn. Yeah. It looked like from a skin rather than from a horn, but to me, but still very much yes, definitely 19th century,
She
definitely.
gave birth to the longed-for son, and they named him Ulrich. But suddenly, doctors crowded around the queen's bed.
20th century fairy tale mimicking pre-Raphaelite medievalism from the 19th century mimicking medieval illustrations. Right? I wouldn't be very clear on that transmission chain. This is an extremely contemporary mimicry of a mimicry, potentially of a mimicry. That moose painting is by John Bauer? Oh. Well, good to know that they're using specific identifiable pieces. That's not something I was super sure about, so nice to get that confirmation.
Magdalena succumbed to the labors of childbirth. The love of his life was gone. Weighed down by sorrow, King Niels approached his autumn. Meanwhile, Ulrich grew into a young boy full of life. The prince was the only thing that kept the darkness at bay in his heart.
3, 2, 1, hunting accident.
One day,
Oh.
Prince Ulrich fell ill. The doctors tried everything, but he grew weaker and weaker. They told King Niels about
Tragic.
a mythical flower that witches were rumored to use to heal any illness.
Shoutouts to tauntures.
King Niels searched the whole kingdom for the flower to no avail, and his campaign soon became a gruesome witch hunt.
Is that an Orthodox cross? Verso side, left-hand side. Top of the page, around the banner. Is that an Orthodox cross? Oh,
His path,
hang on.
King Niels searched the whole kingdom for the flower to no
If you
avail,
want
and his
Odin,
campaign soon became a gruesome witch hunt.
Hungarian double cross, you think? All right, let me zoom in on the bits, on the right bits, because there's another guy I saw that I was like, I'm sus. I'm suspicious of you. Zoom. And then I mean, you wanted Odin. Look right next to the sword. Or in the brown tunic. That's about as close as you're gonna get. That's about as close as I think you're gonna get. It's not him, but it's also not him. You know? He's almost him.
His path was lined with the witches he had slain, but the flower was nowhere to be found.
Late medieval and early modern Scandinavia had real bad witch hunts, by the way. Also, you know, while the storybook illustration style completely neglects it, Super Turk did the Sami in their witch hunts. The guy in the brown shirt had, like, one in the dubious one. Lighting and coloring looks very pre-Raphaelite? Yeah, 100%. Like, the entire modern storybook aesthetic is pre-Raphaelite. 100% agree that that is a pre-Raphaelite style, though the specifics are even too contemporary for that. It's like a post pre-Raphaelite. King James got the witch hunting bug from his Danish relatives. Yeah, that sounds about right. Anyway, I'm sure the will of the wisp won't lead us anywhere bad. Right? Right? Right?
Ulle wished he could stay in the warm light of the library. But he knew that he needed to reach the mountain and find Lillemor.
Ulla is going to be traumatized for life after this adventure. Oh, yes. Oh, yeah, no, the trauma is super real. Thank you, Will-o-the-Wisp. Lichtgruber. Also, I will say, oh, well, can no longer talk about the Lichtgruber, or can no longer look at the Lichtgruber while talking about it. Where's that going? Oh yeah, that provides really strong evidence.
I heard a familiar voice. Follow me, little brother. I will protect you.
Really strong evidence that they are not sticking very closely to attested folk traditions about about the specific beings that they are incorporating, because it's a will-o'-the-wisp. It's a marshlight. You drown. If the Lichtgruber, right? If they're keeping to the folklore traditions, then we'd have another horror section instead of a nice library to dump all the exposition at us. Now, we drown out the hands of the sick beats by the Hardangerfälle. By the Hardangerfälle Naken. Or a horse. Or you, yeah. Look. Oh gee, what? Hey look, there's the marshlight side of things. Do I... There's the Hulda. So, yep, so there's two different names for them. In Norway, they are known as Hulder. In Sweden, they're more known as, oh. Rip, alright. Noted. I've got another plan this time. It's called hide. Hopefully that'll work. Yeah, that worked great. Speaking Old Norse, by the way. Anyway. Something about the stone's tongues. But yeah. Mithrandiveria becomes something. Or Indrandi. Still has become. Alright, there's not supposed to be. Oh, that's that one. Do I need to get closer? I feel like I've cleaned all the ones out around the outside. Like, I'm just running loops at this point. Anyway. Skulks, well, are cool. Just want to shut them, like, acknowledge that they are cool. Oh. Okay. Pro tip, don't get too close to it. It will just gimp you. Alright. Noted. I have to do the whole fight again. Boom. The music is super good too. And there's that. Now, I will say, right, as far as it goes, Huldar are generally fairly chill. That should be the Doom. Yep, that's these. Thank you. What? I disagree. Yeah. Right, they look like they're definitely dangerous. On the grounds of, you know, being human but not. Human insofar as they have, you know, human faces, can speak human languages, and generally could be chill, if they weren't such jerks. If they weren't such jerks, they could be chill. Sadly, they insist on being jerks. And so, here we are. That being said, broadly speaking, they're actually much more helpful. Basically, they're a test of, are you capable of following hospitality rules and being like a decent person? If yes, you're likely gonna be okay. Not great. Not necessarily great, but okay. You're probably not gonna have a lot of bad things happen. Whoop. Just chill, chill. They're not gonna be, as far as I know, not using, like, you know, blood magic at you. Just saying. Huldra. We're talking the Huldra. Tomtar are even more chill. Like, good lord, they are the most likely to be chill. Suppose I should just, like, boom. I also don't think that they are, you know, mimics. Like that. Oh. Hey, look. Viking Age sword. Let's go. Sverder. Face you! This time with a sword. Explosions. Feria, that's that one. Alright, they're up in the sky. I see. Okay, I'm directly below one that I need. Ugh, this is way scarier. Alright. Boom. Because I can't actually stop particularly well during these. So I just kind of need to hang out in an area until I get a chance. There's one. Up there. I think I can also get this one now. Then I want to keep heading this direction in order to get the next two. And then we'll be fine. Dang it. Oh, that's bad. Am I done yet? Is that all of them? No, there's one left next to me. Definitely no, yep. Nope, no Freudian imagery possible. Don't be weird about it. Right? That's it, that's that one, and now that. Yep. It's a pretty good, fairly climactic fight. We're getting there. I will... Third time. Third time's the charm? Oh, giant doom spikes. Alright. I don't want to stand right next to that. Now we got the spin to win. Which is going to force me this direction for a bit. Just for a bit, though. Come on, careful. Wait for the doom lights. And then we go. Ah, the good old orbital laser. Exactly. Yep. Orbital lasers are a success. Which is basically what she said. Yep. And there's the actual stab. Now... Yep. Stop it. Yep. Skogsrået. Ah, just like the king. Yeah, yeah. Well, we definitely haven't committed vast amounts of murder. Let's see, we've killed a troll, we've killed a necker, we've killed a skogsrå, we've killed a karhexen. We've witnessed more murders. Yep. Yep. Maybe wipe off. Like, if those are poppies, those are great for lulling the pain. Oh. Learning firsthand masculine pseudosexual violence. True. The Freud is strong in this one. Yeah. You know, if you're not jerks to them...
What have you done? Tuva's voice called out to him.
If it wasn't jerks... Skogswan, or, Huldra, or Hulders, or whatever you want to call them, they can give you boons, like, guns that never miss. Or, you know, marry you, or something. Look, folktales have, like, 3 rewards. Either a crap ton of gold, the thing you already had but slightly better, or a family. Kid, it's okay, she is stealing men's souls and putting them in trees. And if you're not nice to a Huldra, yeah, that's what happens. You get your soul stuck in a tree. Okay, if you just give your tomter some porridge with butter and don't harass the sexy lady in the woods, you'll be fine. You'd think, right? Just if you have a guest, don't immediately resort to violence, and don't harass people, and then you'll be fine. Or not. Oh, you seriously should wipe the blood off your face, though. It's not healthy. Oh. Hello. You all saw the woman in the background, right? Frickin' nightmare. Old lady with, like, a broom and, or... Well, didn't look like a scythe, looked more like a broom. Very much is in line with, like, Norwegian, like, well, witch nightmares. I'm trying to be positive, but you're really questioning the game's use of this sort of shock imagery. Oh yeah, you think you know who's next. Yeah, I don't remember the name, but... I mean, it's a death spirit, right? It's a death spirit. Alright, well, yeah, I'm not a huge fan of horror. Alright, we're good. Ooh. Ooh, that's exciting. Our attack doesn't work anymore. I was hoping that would change that. Välkommen till Njälsort. Go away, seagulls. Go away, seagulls. We also made Tuva mad at us, and I feel like that's equally relevant. That's a weirdly high position. Why are we standing so high up? Like, why are we looking in from the ceiling? That was weird. Right, this is weird, right? Like, we are... Oh. There's the Skogsrå figure. Perfect. Alright, Josie dearly. I assume there's not a whole lot left of this game. Like, we're right at the base of the mountain, so we may just push ahead and finish it. What does that say? Strafet ventar hedderen och pricket dårens rik. No idea what that says. Anyone know Swedish? I know some of you know Swedish. Drop a translation in chat, that would be awesome. Game's around 3 hours. Well, we're already at 4. So, about that. Oh, I don't like that. Oh. Oh. I don't like that one bit. Okay. Well, like, every time we've had a key, the door the key opens has been right next to it. So it's not like this is like Resident Evil or Doom. Find the key across the map, go grab the other... goblins. Grab the other guy. Or grab the other... grab the key, cross the map, go to the other place. This has been 100%... Is that a zombie? They might be undead. I was thinking they were goblins, but they might be undead. I'm open to multiple options here. Oh, no, they're just horrifying. Alright, bye. Alright, no, they're zombies. Literally, what am I supposed to do? Like, there's not more spots to hide over here. There's not a way past them easily. I just hide in this corner. Oh god, good, they have worms coming out of them, yeah. Girl. I'm not able to get past them with that. Like, I'm able to get up to them. But I'm not able to get past them in any substantive way. I don't think I can go over the coffin. I'm happy to try. Oh, I can. Amazing. We good. Nice shout. Good fix. Oh god. Don't like that one bit. So what's the play here? Plague house. This isn't just the, like, witches. This is a plague house. This is a plague house. Look at that white X. That's not good enough. What do you left in the middle of the wisp fight? What did you miss? Zombies, I think. Not able to clear them fast enough. I'm not able to climb that, which was my other thought. Why zombies? Great question. When I figure that out, I'll let you know. Is this just a be fast, run good? This is just a be fast, run good. Squelching sounds are ick. Yep. I hear you. I'm right there with you. Modern clock. Modern storybook. The Pesta controls. That's her name. Thank you. The Pesta. Yep. Let's see.
Once there was a peaceful village near a great forest. One night, people began to see a beautiful woman with long dark hair lurking in the shadows during the full moon. Men started to follow her into the forest. Some of them never returned.
Mm-hmm. The witch with the broom that
minds.
comes up from your cellar and yoinks people.
Eventually, the villagers had enough. They took all the dark-haired women of a certain age and put them on trial for witchcraft.
Uh-oh.
They started to execute them, hoping to find the right one. Yet men kept disappearing during full moon nights. The villagers grew more and more desperate and burned down a
This is the
large
Skulk's
area
wall
of
one,
the
yeah.
forest in the hope of finding this strange, beautiful woman, but to no avail. The villagers had lost themselves. They killed their own mothers and daughters. They burned down more of the forest.
Just lock up the net and see.
Resources.
That involves having a brain. Like, that's thinking modern solutions right there.
One night, when the moon shone at its brightest, 5 brave men took matters into their own hands. They put on their coats and walked into the burnt forest to hunt for the woman with the dark hair. After a time, they saw the beautiful woman standing in a clearing. The men were instantly enchanted and followed her deep into the forest's heart. She was a shapeshifter that mimicked what men wanted to see in order to lure them away.
Uh-huh.
When they were close enough to touch her, she transformed into something monstrous. She ripped their chests open, hung them up in the trees, and drew strange powers from their still beating hearts. And no one would ever see them again.
So I mentioned earlier the sort of de-Disneyfication. Of, well, some of these spaces, right, or, right, the de-Disneyfication of folktales, right? So Grimm Brothers folktales, right? We look at that and we go, oh yes, also Disney. And folk horror really goes like, okay, but what if they were properly dark? Misunderstanding both in what ways they are dark. Don't trust those dead people. And then... right, misunderstanding in what ways they're dark, and misunderstanding what the purpose of that darkness is. Right, because... exactly, Perrault's squeaky clean tales from France are older than the Grimms by like 50 plus years, right? Like, he's collecting in the 1700s, isn't he? Alright, so it's a sneak over there. Aggro those, jump over the coffin, and then bail, right? I have bad news. I do not trust the seagulls. Luckily, you have to get pretty close to the seagulls for them to actually bail. So, we are 4 now. Okay. Nate, jump. Ah, hell. Missed it by a smidge. This game seems like a very big overcorrection in an attempt to de-Disneyfy some of the tales. I agree. Right? In making them dark, there does seem to be a little bit of, let's just make them as dark as we can get away with, right? How dark can we go? Go! Nice. How dark can we go? And the answer is extremely, which, you know, I don't 100% oppose, because, you know, the Pesta, right, like, some of these events, like, I don't know, the Black Death, is genuinely, like, super dark. Like, that's not wrong. The amount of death and, just, like, horrific death that you would see of all ages exists, right? The brutality of the witchcraft trials exist. And unfortunately, right? Draugr. That was right. That was little. Or even just great punishments like Father Frost sending the wicked sister dead body back to her family. Exactly, where before he sent treasure. Exactly. Right, there's lots of these things that are, I mean, not irrelevant, right? There is a lot of darkness and gore and, like, death in these stories. And yet, it doesn't really seem to be the case that these stories exist, or that the darkness exists arbitrarily, right? That it's not being dark for the sake of being different than what was, and in, like, messing all of the stories together, right? Creating a story world where all of these things exist at once. It does a little bit feel like it's just kind of messing everything together a smidge too far. So that's a cross. That's one of the two I need right there. Yoink. And then we need a pentagon. Look at diamond. That looks like a pentagon. Yoink. If we smush those two together. Does that work? Or do I explode? Oh, that explode. Oh, okay, I don't explode, I just get informed that that wasn't enough. Here I was fully expecting me to explode. Alright, I don't know, it's... Wow, that's complicated. So, we got a diamond. No diamonds there. Let's try that again. We've got a diamond. We've got... I think there is a square on there, right? Yeah, there is the square. So we've got a square. We've got a triangle. And we've got 3 circles. So like folktales also deal with sexual violence in more interesting ways than they give credit for. All kinds of fur is definitely confronting this as a threat. Exactly, right. They are complicated, right? Folktales have a lot going on, and a lot going on that's not just sort of this horror of, I guess, growing up. Like, in a lot of ways, this feels like the horror of growing up. And creating this story world, right, where there's a lot of children and a lot of violence against children, and continuing to, like, having to, like, grow up and find ways to, you know, control violence. Do less violence. Do less violence. And that's, I mean, that's fine. It's just not that... It's not that much, right? For how much folktales are, it's not that much. The other thing that I'm having trouble with, though, is, right, I think something gets lost in the idea of, let's make a game based on Scandinavian folklore. And by doing that, I mean, let's create a game where, like, all of these different folk beings and traditions hit one after the other, 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 after the other. Right? Like, there's... like, 4... like, we have met a bunch of things all at once. Right, we had Tomte, or Nisser. We had... let's see. Okay, that's just a rat. That's fine. Rats are fine. They're chill. This is chill. Fully don't trust this guy, but that's fine. Flower. Okay. Let's see. Alright, good night, Dildrum. Let's see, we had Yeta, we had, Tomter, we had Necker, we had, Skogswall, we had, now, Pesta, who else have we got? We've had, Lichtgübe, we've had Trolls. Like, there's just, it's been a lot of different beings. Right, by any metric, we've had a lot of beings appearing all at once. And generally speaking, I find, right, that's weird. Right, that's weird and rare. Typically, well, there's one thing, because if there's one thing, you're dealing with a specific, right, anxiety, and a manifestation of anxiety, and, right, sort of navigating a particular conflict. Yeah, it's weird. Oh yeah, and we've had the Swamp Witch, the... Nah. Nah. Ooh, nah. Nope. Mm-mm. No. No way. Stop it. Seriously, stop it. Nope. Mm-mm. X, LB, RB. Nah. Seriously, don't love it. It feels like Shrek or something. Or like Wreck-It Ralph 2, where it's the gang's all here. There's a little bit of, yeah, it's the gang's all here. And the gang's all here to make us have a very bad day. But the gang is still all here. And that's weird. Right? I feel like it's a consequence of creating... It almost, some of this is, I think, you know, Disney/DreamWorks backlash. But some of it is, I think, also... like...
Dear diary. I am so in love with him.
This is a diary?
I cannot even describe it. It feels like he loves me too. Our village still tries to heal its wounds from the dark days. But at least me and my love survived and have each other.
Mm-hmm.
After the horrible witch hunt, we thought we were safe. We thought we would have peace. But then the plague came to our village.
Rip.
Feels like the plague is some kind of punishment for our sins. Maybe we deserve this.
Uh-huh.
People say they have seen an old woman with a rake at night.
There's the
Every house
pesta.
she passes, people inside get sick. I hope she doesn't.
Man, this village had a
my
horrible
hopes.
week, huh? Exactly, right? They had a witch hunt, another witch hunt, and now the plague. Freaking
Every
rough.
morning, someone new has fallen ill, and shortly thereafter they die. We do not even dare to give them a proper funeral.
Yep. That's an issue.
It is horrible. The dead are rising from their graves, and they eat the ones left alive. I have locked myself in the house. I got separated from my love.
Would have loved if it was more common kind of old diary or daybook. Sermon notes, prayers, notes about the weather, also some thoughts.
I
True.
wish I could be with him. I hope I can meet him in the next life. I'm out of food, and the dead are right outside my door. I miss him.
Okay. Well, also, frickin' who can afford this on a diary? Oh, this all happened in like a couple of days, it looks like. Like, I think this is operating on a scale of a few days. Well, it was on sale at Barnes & Noble. True. I stand corrected. Also... oh, this is where I came in from. Where's the way out? Was this purely for the lore? Was that just for lore? Like, that feels strange. Or would that just be for... alright. Pesta doesn't make the dead rise. This is the same vein, right? Making something that's already dark, darker for no reason. Right. What is the parallel point? Right, we've seen it in this game already. Like the Skiox row being... darker than they strictly need to be. Right? Oh, I hate that angle. Oh, I really don't like this angle. Oh, no, 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 no. I mean, it's effective at making me be like, huh. But still, super not a fan. A village dying of the plague would have been a super dark place, but then they need something else, right? They need something for gameplay, and so they just have zombies. Yeah, that's about right. Just add zombies, obviously. Add so many zombies. But you're right? That's not something the Pesta does. Reminds me of Rat Game right now. Yeah, Plague Tale moment. Mm-hmm. Oh, I'm hating this. Don't like the big giant stable of sad news. Mm-mm. 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 Oh, I can just, like, walk off screen here. Alright. Be that way. Mm-mm. Do I have to? Do I have to go up into the zombie-infested area? I can't see anything. You all can see way less than I can, so, where even are they? Ugh, it's right there. Uh-huh. There's a big-ass hole in the floor, too, that I cannot... Let me creep around. I can't get far enough around it. Is there no other threatening noise we can think of besides growling? No. Only growls. Well, that was easy. Well, we're not done yet. We'll say that was shockingly easier than I expected. Yes, yes, yes. The problem is that there's two of them now. Short of, I don't know, I guess backtracking, perhaps? No? No, I dropped down, so... I guess I can lure one this way? Don't love that, because... I don't know. I need to get the other one to also go. Is that gonna be far enough? And we go all the way over here. And we pull this one this way again. We go all the way over here. And we pull this one again. And now that one's in the hole. And now we walk around the hole. And then we leave. Well, actually, I pull you into the hole for safekeeping, and then I leave. Where's the handle? What? Fine. There's the handle. And then we go up here. Literally don't know why that was a puzzle. Alright, Chakista. Have a good night. We're just gonna be finishing this game. I'm invested. I'm not sure I'm actually invested, but I'm pretending I'm invested. This is very much just, hey, we need gameplay. Let's zombies. I'm noticing, right, this is another case where they are relatively restricted by their ability, or more accurately, inability to have very many mechanics. Right, 1 kilogram of mule. Is that it? Are we done? Are we actually free? Well, sort of. We're getting there. Progress has been made. I'm having so much fun. Right? With my... Oh great, that's just people... People had a bad time. Yep, thank you, jump scare. That's just people having a bad time. Right, now, again, like, let's be clear, famine conditions are, like, real bad news. Right? There is an absolute desperation associated with, like, severe plague or famine events that absolutely drives people to do desperate things, including things that we find horrific, and we should have empathy for those people. I don't know that having it in a... I don't know that a horror game is necessarily the sole or best tool to provide that empathy. Who the... Now, game. Sorry. I desperately need to have a word. We are Lutherans. This is a stavkirke in Sweden. No. Nuh-uh. Absolutely the hell not. Not only a little bit nuh-uh. This is what I call a whole ass no. Lutherans don't firstly, Lutherans are only just rediscovering what it means to, like, decorate churches in this period. Like, churches are bare bones as all hell. The altarpiece is carved and painted, and fuck, what's its name? Not the podium, but the thingy, the thing where they preach from. The pulpit. There's the word. I definitely am good at words. I was born and raised Lutheran. I should know this faster. The pulpit is painted and carved. That's about it. Everything else is whitewashed. You certainly don't have this beautiful storybook pre-Raphaelite mural. You also don't commit blasphemy. Just as a small note. Blasphemy. You are all being burned as heretics, and you kind of deserve it. Right, depicting saints is this close to being burned at the stake worthy for a good early modern Lutheran. Having the 12 apostles be 12 random people, with the Virgin Mary, Saint John, and Christ be the kings and doctors of this kingdom, is pretty goddamn blasphemy. I desperately need to stress this for, like, anyone who happens to be working the game in the chat. If you are doing a historical setting and you are dealing with Christian iconography, take the time to make sure you are not doing something blasphemous in your depictions. It immediately breaks the idea that this is a plausible storybook world in a specific historical moment. Do not do blasphemy in your depictions of religion. Don't care what your religious beliefs are as a dev team are. I'm agnostic. I don't believe. But I cannot look at this and say, oh yes, this is something people historically would have been cool with, when it is super duper blasphemous. Unless it's supposed to be blasphemy, in which case you go for the esoterica mush. Like, given the esoterica mush that was the Swamp Witch, and the Sword Book, or this, I take the esoterica mush. Because this destroys any sense that this was a plausible world in a way that the folk beings themselves do not. Right? A Skulksroll does not take me out of the idea that this is 19th century Sweden. This takes me out of the idea that this is 19th century Sweden. Please, do not do this. Then you go for Václavianism. True. Anyway, suppose we should start stacking some books, huh? To get over this very short wall. Oh, I actually don't know where I'm supposed to put them. Where are the books supposed to go? Hello? Books? Books? Oh, they're supposed to go on top of this one. I understand. I'm trying to get up here. See, this pulpit is beautiful. Just as a record. You could almost get away with having this pulpit be more decorated. Right? You could get away with that and it would still be very Lutheran. And that's fine. This is a beautiful pulpit. The layout of the floor here is great. The interior colonnade, giving the stavkirke its height and form. Yeah. Fantastic. The pews being way too small for this whole you know, everything. Yeah, I buy it. In fact, I'd be like almost disappointed if it wasn't too small, because that's correct. Stavkirke are like this. Good Varsikna. I don't even... I was about to say I don't even hate the... the cross, but I do kind of hate the cross. What about depicting elves and trolls in the mural? Is that blasphemy? It feels like it might be... Not really. It depends on what period you're looking at. If this is supposed to be a Lutheran mural, yes. If this is supposed to be a Lutheran mural, 100% blasphemy. If you were like, hey, this is a medieval mural, it's fine. Dragons and, like, weird stuff, dragons and dvergar and other weird stuff show up in, especially the door portals around Norwegian stavkirke, pretty regularly. There's ones in the National Museum in Oslo that show Vilsungasaga. They tell the story of Sigurd the Dragon Slayer on the door portals of a 13th century church. So it's like, whatever. That's not a huge deal. That doesn't feel wrong in the way that, you know, explicitly just aping Christ sitting in judgment does. The cross is a bit too fancy. We are Lutherans after all, we have standards. And those standards are wood. The shield, the fact that we have a Viking style quartered shield, 0 out of 10. No. And then the runes are the part I'm least opposed to, especially if the runes say good, other, I'm not sure, Sig? Unclear. Well, I'm dead. Oh, I'm not dead. You're just gonna have a little blasphemy as a treat. True. Good, I'm really confident on. So God. Other. I can't read what the bottom one is supposed to be. Good. Gig? That must be Jesus. That must be supposed to be. I wonder if it says God, or like God, Jesus, and Holy Ghost, is what it's trying to say. In which case, I'd be unbothered. If it's trying to do something cheeky, I'll be more bothered. I mean, it's not right, but it's not offensive either. Like, it's not like I'm like, no, that can't be right. And it communicates an idea well enough. I don't need it to be 100% always perfect if we do a good job on communicating the idea. I do need it to not be actively blasphemous. Shoutouts to the person completely suspended in the Brambles though. Like, That's a nice ballerina pose right there. Look at them. Look at them. Just ta-da! Nike. Just do it. Alright, so this is the graveyard. And if the dead stand up in the graveyard, I'm gonna be real mad, because that's literally the one thing graveyards are good for. Yep, there we go. Literally the one thing this graveyard is supposed to do. Like, god damn it. It is the only reason that you have a graveyard. So make sure this frickin' thing doesn't happen. Every folktale is about making sure this frickin' thing doesn't happen. Honestly. Literally... There's an entire category of folktales that can be summed up as... 1. A troll shows up and is terrorizing a community. 2. Everyone hides in church. 3. The troll stands outside the churchyard, drives the priest mad, and they run outside the churchyard and get gobbled up. 4. The troll gets a bit too greedy, and then, like, trips, a young new priest comes in and manages to save the day, and 5, as the troll is leaving, kicks the churchyard, and that's why the wall is crumbling a little bit. The entire other category of churchyards that is basically just, we tried to drag this guy to the churchyard to bury him, and he got weirdly heavy, and so we abandoned him, and now we're haunted. Pesta figurine. Well, the bodies were just dumped there. Would that not prevent that? Or would that not prevent... Well, you're technically correct, because they're not buried, and therefore they can't come back to life. But... that's a solar eclipse. Chad, everyone look straight at it. I'm sure nothing bad will happen. Perfect. But yeah, right, theoretically, it would not work, but it would be really weird to, like, get them into the churchyard, and then at that point not at least dig something, mark them, consecrate them. Do literally anything to consecrate them. And genuinely, Trip, thank you for the follow just now. It's appreciated. We have had no guitar in this entire game so far. What do you mean we've now got the most electric? What do you mean we now have the most electric? Alright. Oh, and weird kaleidoscopic imagery, I guess, epilepsy warning for kaleidoscopes? I don't... Oh, I loathe that. Thank you. Yep. Thank you all for getting very distracted. So... that's... Two things. Why is it suddenly pitch black? Please stop. You were no longer supposed to be pitch black. Two things. Why? thing one, do brambles grow in loops like that? I genuinely don't know the answer to this. If someone does know the answer to this, please say. Because it looks to me less like brambles and more like barbed wire. Which, radically changes everything about how you interpret this. Game space. And two, that cutscene was wildly stylistically different from everything else we've seen to this point, correct? Just, right? Are we all in agreement that that was, like, wildly stylistically different than every other cutscene we've seen in the game to this point? That was weird. Yep, okay, good. As long as we're in agreement that that was super stylistically weird, then I am happy. We agree we're going to get jump scared by this lighthouse, correct? Called it. Called it in fucking one. Blackberry bushes kind of sort of grow that way if you squint. Whoa. Oh. Noted. Oh wait, a famous drawing of the pasta. Literally, how was I supposed to not die to that? Ah. I guess that's supposed to be like a, back and forth one. This is weird, right? Yeah. Pest as a rake, it should mean she'll spare the town. Oh yeah. Wait, what's... Not the rats again. Alright, dodge the rats. I've hit both eyes once now. Did Homeboy accidentally eat some ergot? True. Definitely a chance, right? Ugh, not the rats again. At least I theoretically know how to deal with the rats now, but still. Ugh. Alright, that's one eye gone. And we're getting closer now. Oh, that's it. Okay. Yeah, I think that's what we call this is what we call meal poisoning. And as long as Pest is like not paying attention. Nope. Pest is paying attention again. God dang it. It's fully up and going. Here we go again. Jeez, this is weird. Like... Like, for the most part, we've been dealing with fairly... Alright. Duly noted, I guess? Not really sure what I'm supposed to do in that, but that's fine. I guess this is fine. Just get lucky and get one that I can actually deal with. Yeah, the rat's not my favorite, but it's dealable. Alright, that was sus. I don't think I survived that, but that's fine. That should be it, right? I thought that was all 3. Fine. That one? Yeah. There we go. And now we're back to this. And now we do this again. Are we done yet? Hesta's looking not great, right? Ha. 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 Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. I believe. Come on. We're just gonna keep doing this real quick as we can. Just mash. Just mash, I'm sure it'll all be fine. Just keep mashing. See if we can get a cycle skip. Oh. Or not. How about a song to liven things up? Truly. How about anything to liven things up right now? Because this is rough. Like... Like, anything? Anything? No? Just weird drums. Too many of these. There we go. Oh, what? Ugh, not more rats. I can't see the rats well enough with all this film grain around. Nope, damn it. Ugh, missed the hit. Merrily, suffering from... row the boat, faster, please. Merrily, suffering from disease. The pest appearing in the boat is referenced to drawn by Theodor Ketilsson. Good to know. Maybe a bit more, yeah?
He had overcome the darkness.
Well, don't say that. We overcame a bit of darkness.
He had reached the mountain.
Exactly. The boy has been washed. Exactly. He is feeling a little bit less, rough.
He could finally find his sister.
So, when is Tuvok going to become important in the story again? Because, her 2.5 seconds of appearance was the best part of the game. Is it clinker built? Yeah. It looks like it. That's very common though, right? Like, clinker styles continue being used quite late. Because, you know, they're good. Yeah! Now I've got the shinies. And also, no more zombies. Right? 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 Grayscale. Alright, we've got grayscale, so that's not quite good. Yes. Still used for small boat. True. Now hold on. Abjectly do not trust this. No, that's drowning. I was just gonna drown me. Okay, or we become, like... Or we just needed the baptismal... The baptismal submerging in blood, just for reasons. Uh-huh. Yep. Well, they cleaned us up for 2.5 seconds. We might have felt okay about ourselves for even one moment. God, that just feels grungy. Right? Oh hey, it's here. Again.
As he reached the summit, Olle felt regret.
For all the people that he...
He could not stop his sister from being taken.
How about regret for the murder? Right?
Regret that he could not stop the woman from drowning her child.
I mean, yeah. And...
Regret that he had killed the shapeshifter in the forest.
yeah, the murder.
Now the mountain stood before him, and he wished he could ask their forgiveness.
Whoa. Just slowly walk. Hooray! Endgame! Who's excited? Is the forgiveness dying? Not a fan. The forgiveness looks awfully, gothic churchy. Like, hang on a minute. You don't get to use polished
He
granite.
had reached the end that Tuva had pointed him towards. Now, entering the halls of the mountain, Olle was ready to find his sister.
Chat. Chat. Wait, literally, the granite is polished to a mirror sheen. What the fuck? Literally... What is this Catholic nonsense? True. True. Oh god dang it. Dang it. I'm trying to find standard medieval iconography, right? Because this is pre-Raphaelite standard medieval iconography. But this So, stock images slightly aside. I don't know that I have a great way to get this over. Well, let's find out. Yeah, I do. That works. Open image in new tab. Nope, let's open link in new tab. Open image in new tab. This is Richard II, once I finish getting him up. Onto here. Into here. There we go. And... boom. Right, you can see where they're drawing from. Right, it is in some ways very, very standard iconography. Right, you've got the king wearing the not very fancy crown. Right, the not very fancy crown with the scepter and the sword. While Richard II has the orb instead, the sword is a perfectly respectable variant. Or so, yeah. Now, trick is, there's some small details here that are what make me go oof. Christ in judgment. You know, let me put it as Salvator Mundi. Right. Well, this is, you know, from the workshop. This one's from the workshop of Leonardo da Vinci, Salvator Mundi. There's a lot with very standard iconography, right? I like that one more. Let's just keep you doing this one. If we look, there's also an awful lot of similarities between the game and that image, right? Specifically the posing, right? The posing with one hand up, like this, right? Specifically, the hand with the pointiness, and the halo, and the sort of posturing there, and the other hand holding something round directly above it. Right? This is King Nils as Salvator Mundi, which is not only Catholic, but even for the Catholics is blasphemous. Also, yeah, that is a Bronze Age sword. Like, it's not just a Bronze Age, it's not just a Bronze Age hilt. I'd go so far as to say that's a Bronze Age whole ass sword. Which is wonky. 0 out of 10. Don't love it, because the rest of this is, you know, medievalist. So, early Iron Age, or, you know, Bronze Age, lol, and the pre-Raphaelite medievalist. Yeah, the Pope and the Protestants are going to bury the hatchet to team up King Nils on this one. Yep. Yep. Also, do you understand how rocks work? There's at least an indication that, you know, it has busted through the polished marble. But how the fuck did it bust through that polished marble? Okay, I can't leave. What am I supposed to be finding here? Click everything! Like, what do you... That's what I'm supposed to be finding. Goodbye. Books! Books. I know, right? The Reformation is over. The power of video game blasphemy has fixed it. Books. Organize your bookshelves. Cataloging systems. I don't care if it's a scuffed cataloging system. Cataloging systems. Don't do this to books. Books. Bonjour. Bookworm!
Exhausted, bloody, and at his wits' end, King Nils came to a witch's house on the outskirts of his kingdom.
literally just the midsummer, like, floral cross, right? Right? That's not... Is that from anything? Because I don't think it's from anything. I feel like that's just purely a media creation.
He fell to his knees, begging the witch to help cure his son, and she agreed. The witch explained that the flower held tremendous power that could only very carefully be used for good.
Literally, why did you agree at that point?
The witch instructed he only use a single petal. Using the whole bloom would only invite death. Ulrich began to recover, but discontent at the royal line had grown in the kingdom following King Niels' bloody campaign.
Uh-huh.
The next day, King Niels found his son dead, and the last light holding his darkness at bay was snuffed out. Heartbroken, King Niels turned to the bloom which had promised life, and instead saw it as an escape.
Oh no! If it isn't the if it isn't the consequences of our action, it's a maple. Okay, fair enough. So in other words, completely unaffiliated with, you know, paganism at all. Yeah. I guess Walpurgisnacht. I guess if you're setting up the maypoles before Walpurgisnacht and then having that, like, full 3-day celebration of April 30th, May 1st, May 2nd, I guess. But, like, Walpurgisnacht is named after Saint Walpurgia. Emphasis on the saint.
The witch, having come to visit the king and the prince, looked at the nightmarish scene in despair. She raised a mountain on top of King Niels and shackled him using the same bramble.
And the witch is Tuva, right? Right, Tuva is the witch?
And to this day, the trolls still feed him as punishment for his evil deed.
Yoink. Thank you, then. Is this the previous one? This is the previous one, right? Yeah. We've already read that one. Hello. I'm going to leave now, okay? Okay, bye. Yeah, that's what I call a that's what I call a translation oops. The trolls, right? That's a case of, I think, probably Scandinavian grammar diverging from English grammar, and I'm not catching it. Because it should be the trolls feed on him, but the more basic, right? Feed would be used for probably both, right? I'm not 100% confident on that, but it's feed on him. Just know that that's what that's supposed to read. And then we'll be fine. I typically don't fault translation mishaps. Like, they're just not that impactful to me. But it could be, I guess it could be a feat to keep him alive and suffering rather than dead and not that. That's possible. I think I prefer, right, but the, munching, right, trolls munching on you, I actually think does traditionally, right, it's actually a very old curse, right, trolls come and haunt you actually is attested as far back as Eistur Faravisur, a poem from around the year 1000. So, I think that's why I think the feed on is what's actually trying to go on, or trying to happen there. Yes, the very fancy, very much imported, potentially Ottoman, jewelry box has the number 2 engraved on it. Duly noted. God, none of these look like freaking historical porn. Who could get the baby to sit still long enough? Apart from just making a random baby, right? Right? A random baby. Just paint a random baby with blonde hair, artist. Past that, we're not going to pose for this because no baby will sit still long enough. And yes, we do look a lot like the kid. Yes, is it a sword? The sword has the letter X on it. Alright, well that's a 10. Can I take the sword with me? No. Tragic. Yes, this boy also made pinecone lads. Not at all suspicious. Nope, no siree. You're gonna get blood on that. We actually did get blood on it. You know? Props. We did actually... Hello? Let me open it. Why do you give me the pop-up to open it if I can't open it? That has 6. Alright, so we're looking at 2, 6, 10. A clock key. Oh dear. Shouts to the royal colors of Sweden, I guess. Two. 6. 10. Ah, I need more things. This feels so missed. This is the most missed the game has felt so far, right? Oh, goddammit, it's 6, 2, 10. 6, 2, 10. Right, portrait 1, portrait 2, portrait 3. And is that this door open? Is that what that is? Or this is... That's this swings open, which gets me that. That unlocks this. And off we go. With our handy-dandy new outfit that is not at all going to get us confused for someone who's dead. Right? Right? Anyway, quick side note, one final note on the whole, getting eaten by trolls. The Oysterfara is basically the story of someone from the Norwegian royal court attempting to go to the Swedish royal court and having a very bad time. His boat gets wrecked. The first farm he goes to is in the middle of an Alvablot, and so, he's Christian, by the way. And he is, they're in the middle of an Alvablot, and so they don't let him in, because you're not supposed to let people in during Alvablots. And so he curses them and says, hey, troll. The trolls should eat us, or eat you all. Which, fair enough. Trying to avoid getting eaten by... broadly speaking, trying to avoid getting eaten by trolls is good. Yeah, so he curses them and says, hey, I just don't love that, right? Go around, go around, go around. Thank you. Thank you. Go around, go around, go around, go around, go around. Stop. Go around, go around, go around, go around, go around, go around. And jump. Noted. Alright. Well, that was exciting. Let's try that again, but with feeling. Go round, 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 go round. Should just be able to jump. Or not. Or not, because we'll just jump. We'll jump too good, and it'll cause an issue. We'll jump too good, and it will cause a big issue. Goofy thing. Alright, we gotta wait a cycle then, because apparently we're just way too good at this. There we go. And then we'll go all the way over here. We'll wait another cycle because I don't want to get got. Then we'll hide behind this. What? 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 Oh, definitively not supposed to jump during the flashes. Definitively not. As I said. Hello? The fuck? What the I was like stuck. That was weird. I was like stuck on the back end of the table and couldn't get forward. That was super weird. Alright, I'm gonna wait another cycle for it to lift up again, and then I'll make that jump. Yep, just be silent, just be silent, just be silent, be fine, be fine, be fine. Yep. Thank you. Okay, well. This section feels like it's supposed to be very Jack and the Beanstalk, right? Where you are in the Giant's Lair, there's a whole bunch of stuff. And then off we go, right? A little surprised that trolls use a trip hammer rather than using just, you know, being big. Yeah. But, right, that's very much the, dodge the troll while you're running around, until you get the golden goose. And the harp. And the other things to help you actually fight the, to actually fight the giant. And, I mean, we'll see if we actually kill
the
Nils.
Mountain King, who was meant to be hidden forever, was now revealed.
Roll credits.
He just had to reach the sack before Lillimor ended up as the giant's dinner.
Platforming challenge. Take your bets. Platforming challenge. Camera angles feel like they'd be annoying. Camera angles are usually okay, and they're sometimes real good, but sometimes they are annoying, and there's often a lot of tearing with them. I gotta say, I do kind of like that, as you're going, right, as we are going, as we are learning more about Nils, it seems like Nils started human, and then thanks to his great size became monstrous. Like, that feels good. That feels... Can I do anything? No? And there's the troll from the first part. Oh, so it is actually feeding, that they are going to be feeding, that they are feeding people to Nils. Well, exactly. Well, that's rough. Cronus maneuver? I hope so. Because there's one other thing that's notable, namely, looked like it was a single bite. Oh. Hey, you wanted in the Hall of the Mountain King. Ah. I was running, too. Alright, so it's a straight line. It's zigzag for the fork. It's don't do that for the knife. God, I'm accomplishing nothing here. Well, that's not quite true. One more, come on. There it is. Maybe we can have an eating contest using the sack? True. Oh. You're getting serious now. That ain't table. No weapons at the table, sir. True. Yep, that worked. And then I assume this is a vertical smush, right? Oh, and then falling things. Okay, this remix rules? Yeah. Kinda does. Noted. Here I was hoping that the thing would help protect me, but no. Alright. Now we keep running, because we need to get out of the way. And, I don't know. And then that clears everything, so we can do that again. Then can we get one more? I was hoping we could get one more. And we keep running back this way, because I don't want to get hit. And then we're gonna get swooshed. And then we do that. Nope. Actually, aim. And then we run this way. And we run back this way, because I don't want to get smooshed. Alright, that's enough. So. Oh. Come on, go. And we run back this way because I don't want to get smooshed. And I run this way and then I keep running because I still don't want to get smooshed. Nope, that's not right. There we go. And we go this way because I don't want to get smooshed. And then we just run. Until I get a thing that I can like guarantee is... Oh, that's a second swing. Alright, noted. I should have predicted that there would be a second. Given that everything else has had a second. Come on, give me something. Yep. There we go. Come on, and swoosh, and get the last one there. Oh, that was... I didn't think I was gonna be okay there. One more. One more, right? Just one more. Just don't feed, and I'll be okay. There we go. We were expecting it.
Bramble weakened. The Mountain King saw clearly for the first time in centuries.
There we go.
And what he saw reminded him of his beloved son. He would not lose him again. This time, King Nils would overcome the darkness.
I did notice that exact thing, yes. This is why.
The source of the curse blossomed. King Niels tore the bramble rooted in his back and brought it all to an end. The only way to get to Lillimor was now up and in.
Oh boy. Oh dear. This, folks, is why you should always steal clothes. Facts. Yep, Kronos maneuver time. Now, hang on, we don't survive this. We, don't survive that. Well, someone Kronos maneuvered. Not power friend.
Tuva had one last gift to give to Ole.
Yeah. The power of rock compels you. Exactly. Alright. Well, I'll be honest, you maybe need to, like, walk. Yeah!
Ellis would always look after his friend.
Lemus, the name of this particular giant. Uh-huh. But also lemurs. But it does have a very lemur-y eye, doesn't it? Yup.
A nightmare woke her up. Frightened by her memories, she searched for her brother's comfort. But he was nowhere to be found.
Uh-huh. He was nowhere to be found, huh? I guess were there some that I missed? It feels like there were two that I missed. Okay. Tragic. Lillimor and Ole. So it is in the future, right? And there's nothing there to be seen. Well... now she has to go on an adventure to find
However,
him.
the darkness outside did not scare her. Because she knew she had her brother.
Well then, so that was Bramble. That was the game. Honestly, one of the things interesting, significant, otherwise meaningful that I see with this is that it feels like it's drawing maybe a bit too much influence from other games like it, right? Increasingly. The one that I'm feeling a comparison to is Brothers, A Tale of Two Sons, which we played years ago on the channel at this point. Right? Like, there's a lot of similarity there of something compels siblings, or for most of the game one sibling, to go through a world that is occupied by heavily medievalist aesthetics, make friends with a bunch of like storybook monsters, do puzzling platforms, and in some way grow up in a very troubling and or borderline catastrophic way. Right? You're feeling right. I feel that similarity. If you played both games, or if you've now seen both games, you let me know. I find this game to be less compelling. Right? Brothers is one of the weirdest, most interesting games I've played. Because you control the brothers with the two halves of your gamepad. And that makes its descent into very dark places very interesting mechanically because of what you are and are not able to do. This game feels like it's operating in a very similar story premise, but then wants to go even darker, like way darker, and then have a, like, happy ending? I don't know. Lonely Child is a Big Scary World game. They had a lot of those about 10 years ago. Yeah, they kinda did. Like, it went really dark. It went really experimental sometimes. But I'm not sure that the experimental necessarily, like, felt organized? Like, the vast majority of the game can be grouped into basically 3 puzzles. Right, there's basically 3 puzzles. There is, you need to get to a higher place, do platforming to do it. There is, don't be in the open at the wrong moment. And there is sneaky sneak. Right? Don't make too much noise, or light, or whatever. Don't be out in the open at the wrong time, and platform. And almost every puzzle in the game is one of those, with an added thing of boss fights you'll have to aim sometimes, I guess. And equally, right, so boss fights you'll have to aim sometimes, and whatever the plague was. Like, that was a boss fight. That was super weird. And so, right, I don't know. It doesn't feel cohesive. I guess that's the thing, right? The game doesn't quite feel cohesive to me. It doesn't feel cohesive in how it's adapting folklore. Apart from, we want our boss fights to all be folkloric beings. let's make a list of folkloric beings and string them together. The game doesn't feel particularly cohesive in terms of, you know, how, how Ola and Lilimor, like, have a reason to be invested in the world, apart from he's 8 and he likes the cute babies. He likes the cute baby kids. Like, the game, I think, works better if everyone is about 10 years older. Actually, yeah, just end it there. Right? Right? If Ola is 18 and has been a bit of a layabout in his life so far, trying to rescue his beloved older sister. That to me already feels like that fixes one of the problems. Because, you know, experience horror, be traumatized by the horror, but be old enough to understand, like, what's on the, like, fundamental level, like, what's actually happening. And have, like, the confidence, or find the confidence to actually do something about that. The fact that he's 8 and spends most of the game soaked in blood just feels distressing. Right, like, what's the point of having him be 8 besides fairy tales are for kids, lol, and murder, and, like, the shock value of watching a child fall to their death repeatedly. True. Right, because that's actually how old a lot of folkloric heroes are. They're young men, not kids. They're in that sort of 14 to 20 range, where a lot of development is happening, and a lot of that adventurousness is in a very exceedingly ancient tradition, going forth and learning a set of skills and behaviors that are not all positive, but that will enable you to come back into the community as a fully grown adult. Kids, exactly, kids are just barely trying to survive. Young men and women are trying to seek their fortune. And, right, all the things about parenthood and, like, failures of parenthood throughout the game, which is a big one, right? There's so many scenes of like, good parent, bad parent, makes a lot more sense for someone who is at adulthood and in the 19th century, you know, would be starting, not be married yet, but would be really starting to think about their long-term prospects and potentially have a sweetheart, be, you know, a grown adult for whom all of those questions and related, you know, romantic, sexual, and social are actually relevant questions and themes to be exploring. I don't love that it's a kid. I also, like, increasingly, like, you know, there's this assumption. Yeah, and then each story, right, each arc of this story builds into the larger fairy tale, right, the backstory fairy tale, but also has, like, a specific comparison or meaning that the small storybooks are telling you, and that you actually are exploring. And, right, even, like, Hansel and Gretel aren't, like, little kids. They're, like, 3-4 years older than Ola is here. They're still kids, but they're, like, 12. The difference between 8 and 12 is enormous. But yeah, right? Exactly. Children are rarely on their own. Children if children are ever on their own, bad things happen. Right? Explicitly, bad things happen to children who are left alone in fairy tales. There's one about like the Noon Walker from Czechia, where the mother commits infanticide due to the Noon, this sort of spirit wraith figure, showing up at the house and like attacking, but so the protection escalates into infanticide, which is rough, like super rough. But generally speaking, right, a lot of the lessons of fairy tales are not kids don't go out into the woods, it's dangerous, but parents do things to help your kids, because otherwise they're going to end up socially outcast and meet a bad end. Right? Like that. There's that very early question in the thing of, right, folktales are folktales meant to be warnings to kids? I actually think more often than not they're supposed to be warnings to parents. And emphasizing that by having a kid like protagonist all the way through here really emphasize the way that these are not for kids. But these stories you are told to family settings. I'll have lessons for both parents and kids, but I think the primary value, right, these are collected for adults. And prior to their collection are told primarily to audiences of adults. And I think that sort of social and community reminder to look out for the children, because these wild spaces are dangerous and places where you end up socially outcast are dangerous, is really where a lot of the meaning comes from. And removing that to just have the monsters be boss fights that a kid fights feels gross. Not gross as in problematic, gross as in just I'm a smidge queasy about it. Which, psychological order. Ending up a smidge queasy is not necessarily the worst emotional space to end up. But it's definitely an emotional space to end up. Yeah, messages by parents to kids I think is also very true, right? That there will be times where you think you are alone. You will not be alone, because you are embedded in a community that will help protect you. I think is a really strong lesson for the kids, and saying, right, if you socially isolate, and literally isolate, you are going to meet a bad end. Like, that is a problem. So don't do that. Don't go out into the woods on your own. Do things that build community. And rely on that community, and listen to that community to help you. And you get glimpses of that, right? The kid making friends with Lemus, with some of the Nisser or Tomter, some of those things. Tuva is like the weird, I don't know. It's the sorceress who caused the entire problem. But also the elf who helps, so I don't know. Right? This felt like there was a lot of shock value to it. Right? And a lot of shock value that exists mostly for the sake of having the shock value, rather than because there's a really cohesive understanding of this fairy tale world, and what these stories can mean and can do, and why they still have value. And so you just get zombies randomly. Right, there's loads of places where they kind of got the list of what are the famous ones we want. Pesta, we want the Skogsroll, or we want the Necker, we want Tomter, we want an elf, we want fairies, we want whatever the heck the, like, Cloudberry babies were. And all of that, right, exists in a fabulously fantastic story world, right? There's a lot of good in this, a lot of really beautiful world building, and a lot of really cool aesthetic moments that are very much vibes-based, and that very much work. And I just don't feel like they quite landed into, like, understanding the, like, narrative structure and the aesthetics into understanding the meaning. And so you just kind of get zombies because you need a gameplay mechanic. Because it's not enough to just sit in the horror of the Black Death and the sort of, basically, right, the epidemic that is so bad that people cannot serve, right, that the community protections no longer work. Right, the Black Death is the ultimate thing the fairy tale can't deal with. Because how can you deal with the entire community literally dying? And that's a really compelling space within folktales, right? Literally, right, there is no beating Pesta. There is no taming Pesta. There is no receiving a boon from Pesta. The best thing Pesta does is leave you alone. And that's the only thing you can ask for, right? Witches are a threat to community. Witches are a threat to community that needs to be burnt out. Neckers are a threat to, well, survival. Those are the most explicitly, like, don't go near the waterfall. Waterfalls are bad for you. I know they're pretty. Don't go over the edge. It's bad. Also, real talk, you're kind of tired of the Black Death being the only epidemic that shows up in stories like this? True. God. Well, while the Black Death continues in Scandinavia into the 18th, 19th centuries, mostly 18th century. It's pretty much gone by the 19th century. I think there's like one outbreak very early on. But, hear me out. Cholera. Like, you want the body horror of it? Freaking cholera. Where's that good old TB? True. Smallpox, also a great one. But yeah, right? So, I don't know. It's not like I didn't enjoy my time with the game. I absolutely did. This game has some really experimental things, and I'd be curious to see those experiments kind of expanded on. It does feel, I guess it feels like it's just not quite cohesive, right? They had an idea, and they ran the idea, and then they moved on too quick. And so each level is like progressively darker, but also wildly tonally distinct from each other. And so, right, like wildly tonally distinct and wildly structurally distinct ends up kind of building up too many conflicting ideas and ends up undermining the overall narrative. And therefore, right, ends up feeling like it doesn't quite get folktales in the way we hope. So I guess that's where my thoughts are on that. As far as the medieval aesthetics go, that was sure the most 19th century medieval I've ever seen. Like, wow. Wow, that was so pre-Raphaelite. That's not surprising. But oh man, was that pre-Raphaelite. And also, once again, I must reiterate, please don't do blasphemy. It really hurts the vibe and the feeling that you understand the cultural milieu of these stories when you just kind of do a blasphemy. Because these stories are Christian stories. If you're working with European folktales. Weren't you wearing a Swedish lifeguard uniform in the end? Yep. Sure were. But right, these are Christian stories, recorded in Christian milieus, told by Christians to other Christians. These are not seen as contradictory to Christianity. You do not need to appropriate Christian imagery to make them compelling. If you do appropriate them, it says, hey, we're just like superseding Christianity. We're pretending Christianity doesn't exist, but we're totally acknowledging it. And that feels bad. Like, that just feels bad. That doesn't feel like these are people in a historical and cultural moment. It just feels weird. It feels too weird. So don't do that. Please. Please don't do that. I know that there's a lot of influence from like Folk Horror. Midsommar, increasingly. Right? Much more than Over the Garden Wall. Midsommar is the Folk Horror, is the other contemporary media influence. Yay. I'm tired of it. Midsommar was a good movie. It's not the only way to make folk tales meaningful. The Wicker Man is not the only way to make weird folk traditions meaningful in 2023. I'm tired of it. I want something new. I want something new. I want a more interesting exploration of this body of stories, because I think there is a more interesting explanation out there. I hope this game would scratch that itch, and it didn't. So, well, I enjoyed my time with it. My trash is just... It's fine. It's not a bad game by any means. I have a lot of respect for the team. Making games is hard. They did some really cool experimental stuff with it, with Unreal, and I think it's super cool. I wanted them to pare back the physics. The fact that everything was physics-based is, I know that, like, the main feature of Unreal, but, like, holy moly, just turn it back. There's times where I don't want the lighting to be physics-based, right? I want to just be able to see what I'm doing. There's times when I don't want everything to just be, let's have infinite physics do stuff. And then I ragdoll places, and it feels weird. Thank you for the follow, Aposea? Amapu-C. I think? I don't know. I have no idea how to pronounce your name, but welcome. It is lovely to see you. I hope you have been enjoying. Or if you just tuned in, you actually kind of tuned in right near the end. We actually just finished the game, and we're recapping my thoughts. In far too many words. But I appreciate having you around. Now, here's a fun question, since I've got just a smidge more time. True. Definitely come by the Discord. Since I've just a smidge more time before I've got to get going, I am curious, right? The parts I really liked were, like, the much cozier parts, right? I mean, that's partly just, I don't like horror that much. Oh no. I don't like horror that much. It's gonna make Hellblade an interesting experience when that comes out. But, right, those cozier parts, where there's much more, I don't know, I guess almost like Secret of Nim, or like some of those like older movies with like fairy wars and riding hedgehogs into battle and all of those. Those were my favorite parts of this game. I think there's something really interesting in this idea, right? That there is, yeah, I don't know, like no horror, only cozy. But, right? Redwall likes. Exactly. It doesn't mean there can't be conflict. But, centering the cozy and centering the idea that if you approach the world from a place of kindness, all these beings give kindness to you back. Right? So, you know, if you treat a Hulder with respect, they're not going to lock your soul in a tree and then feast on you. They might molest you. They might, right? Because you have been good to us. Because you set out porridge. Because you did, I don't know, like, almost farm management-y stuff. Right? Am I just looking for Stardew Valley, but instead of managing a farm, you're managing, like, keeping a bunch of different folkloric creatures happy? Or is that actually what I just want, chat? With, like, semi-random good and bad events happening? You're down for it. Animal Crossing. See, I Animal Crossing feels like it's maybe almost too much, where there's too little pressure. But like, there's a bunch of different things you have to do, and you maybe don't have time to do all of them. And so the goal is to try and keep all the folkloric beings happy. And as you do, you get more resources, and if you fail, they're going to do things to you that you have to adapt to. Right? Oh, so the skull troll is really... like, you pissed it off. Until you do XYZ things to make it happier, the woods are going to be less accessible to you. There's going to be more monsters if you do dungeon runs in them. There's the regular farm management, basic resource gathering is going to be in some way more difficult. Tomtar, right? Okay, they'll give you money, right? Straight out of the folktale of Toller and his wife, the Tomtar might give you money, but if you piss them off, well, those are grave mounds. Those grave mounds have people, have inhabitants. Oh no. Now you have to do a lot more combat to do basic stuff, right? Because now there's a haunting. And now you have to do stuff about the haunting. And the different beings have like different rules. And so sometimes, it's just kind of helping them out with the harvest. And sometimes it's a lot more complicated than that. Right? That feels potentially really, really fun and a really different take on sort of the story world approach to North Germanic folklore. God forgive you if you forget the butter. Exactly, but if you pissed off the Hulder, your cows aren't yielding milk. So how are you making the butter to put in the Nisser's porridge? Right? So now you either need to get new cows, which is definitely a problem. Remember the devils you mentioned at the start of the stream? Sometimes they impersonate people and ask you to keep something of theirs. That gives you an excuse to enter your house later because you took their stuff, you invited them in, and you can ward them off the burning rosemary. Smart. Get some rosemary, chat. Protect yourself. Right? I mean, that feels... I'll be honest, right? This game pitch does not feel like it particularly necessarily understands the cultural significance of these beings, but if we're going to lean into this like story world approach where they maybe don't have... where they're primarily characters and secondarily symbols and like metaphors, then that feels cooler. Screw it, I'm gonna go indenture myself to an ogre to marry his cute daughter. This is the way. It's always worth it. It definitely doesn't backfire. Just make sure you bring a crucifix with you so you can convert everyone to Christianity like 15 years from now when you finally get to send a message out of Elfland, okay? Okay? But at least they'll be cute. Alright. I think we've rambled on long enough. What is next on the stream schedule? On Saturday, a bit earlier in the day, because, accommodating people who are on EU time, we are going to be playing Survival Fountain of Youth. New survival game, just came out. True, grab 3 balls of yarn to throw behind you. You know the tropes. Anyway. Right, we'll be playing Survival Fountain of Youth with community member Sacerdos, who is working on a doctorate degree in 16th century Spanish imperialism. So we'll be talking about Ponce de Leon. And how dumb he was. How absolutely just tiny brain he was. And in also talking about, what are the realities of Florida in the 16th century, and exploring how the survival game, notably fails at showing them. I haven't played the game. It might surprise us. Yeah, I don't buy that. I don't buy that. It's going to disappoint us. It's 100% going to disappoint us. I have no faith. I've been around the block before. I'm not going to get my hopes up. But, the chance is there. So if you want to see if we're going to be surprised, make sure you tune in on Saturday. Or if you just want to hear us rag on a survival game, come join us on Saturday. Because it's going to be Mother's Day. Yeah, it's going to be earlier in the day, so, don't know. So it's going to be, 1 p.m. Eastern Time, I believe. I'll try and get the schedule up to date. Twitch wasn't letting me update the schedule yesterday, which was frustrating, so we'll try it again today and see if it works better. But, that's going to be on Saturday, and then coming up on Tuesday is going to be continuing more Hollow Knight, and our historical tour of that. So, if all that sounds cool, make sure you hit the follow button, and consider subscribing to help support the channel to keep enabling these bigger projects. Also coming up, by the way, if you're not subscribed to the YouTube channel, all stream archives eventually make their way over there, but there's going to be a video essay that is going to be released to everyone on Monday. So, make sure you're subscribed over there to check that out. Anyway, I think that's enough from me. So, I hope you all enjoyed this stream. And just, once again, right, making games is hard. Big shouts to the devs for, like, finishing the game, putting it out there, and letting us critique it, right? Making that space available. So, while we maybe weren't super impressed with the game, that is not a reflection on the work the devs put in, or the creativity they're doing. I have the utmost respect for them, and please do give them your love. Okay? Anyway. That's it for me. So until I see you next, whether that's next stream or the next time you're around, have a good rest of your evening, have a good start to your weekends, and farewell.